Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, oh, hello. I can still hear myself counting the seconds to see how fast my latency is. And that static is the fan that's being used to cool my potato PC. Welcome, everyone. Today we are reading Operators and Things, The Inner Life of a Schizophrenic by Barbara O'Brien. If you have any comments or questions about the book, feel free to just put that in chat, but I will basically just be reading non-stop for the next 3 hours. Alright, here we go. Copyright 1958 by Arlington Books, Inc., Library of Congress, catalog number 740-14264, A.S. Bones & Co., Inc., Cranberry, New Jersey, Thomas Yosoloff Limited, 108 New Bond Street, London, W1YOQX England, reissued 1975, ISBN 0498016641. Context: Schizophrenia, the demon in control. Oh yeah, by the way, funny thing, I realized one of the channels I used to comment got shadow banned from the YouTube. So if you want to know if you're shadow banned or not, I'm going to read all the people who are currently participants. And if I don't see you there, it means that, yeah, YouTube is being a dick to you. Okay, so I have Adderall, Angela Monster 3, Inu Bashiri, Manya, SSEU, Mini MJ, and Tao Twist as participants. Okay then, let's continue. Context: Schizophrenia, the demon in control, page 3. Part 1, the operators leave, page 9. Part 2, oh wait, before the operators came, page 12. Part 2, the operators, page 22. Part 3, the dry beach and the waves, page 54. The subterranean craftsman, page 55. Something, page 57. Something extends, page 58. My unconscious friend, page 59, the Fluidian, page 61, sparring partners, page 63, the pictures, page 64. And yes, if you haven't realized already, this is a book about psychology and also about business. So, any aspiring businessmen in chat, keep your ears perked. Part 4, the reasoning machine, page 66, the textbooks, page 68, the Blanco, page 72, the psychiatrists and the schizophrenics, page 74, the guidance and planning, page 78, hook operating, page 79, the doctors, page 80, that something, 82, private univac, 85, mutating man, 89, Hinton, departmentalized man, page 92, I kin Hinton. Hinton is like me, for real, and you'll see why by the end. Memo on mental institutions, page 99, the knife and the hatchet, page 100, appendix, page 104. Yes, I'm terrified too, Maya, but I'm terrified that my internet might run out of control. Okay, let's keep going. Schizophrenia, the demon in control. Let us say that when you awake tomorrow, you find yourself at your bedside. A man with purple scale skin who tells you that he just arrived from Mars. that he is studying the human species, and that he has selected your mind for the kind of on-the-spot examination he wants to make. While you are catching your breath, he walks casually to your hat chair, drapes his tail over it, and informs you that he will be visible and audible only to you. Fixing his 3 eyes sternly upon you, he warns you not to reveal his presence. If you attempt to do so, he threatens, he will kill you instantly. Oh yeah, and another thing that's finicky is my microphone. So if that goes out and you don't hear me talk for like 2 minutes, just let me know in chat. And don't gaslight me, okay? I can like, I have a latency of like 27 seconds so I can check the volume to see if I can hear myself. Okay, I'll continue. While you're catching your breath, he walks casually to your hat chair, drapes his tail over it. Oh wait, I just read that. You may want to perhaps if you are sane, but the man from Mars is standing before you, clear and colorful, and his voice is loud and distinct. On the basis of what you can so clearly see and hear, you accept the fact, astounding as it is, that the stranger is what he says he is. If your temperament was such that you would not be able to accept the fact that a man from Mars might pop into your room, the visions appearing before you would not be a man from Mars. It might instead be the awesome figure of God, or the terrifying figure of the devil. Or it might be a much less conventional figure, in all probability. The figure, regardless of form, would have 3 characteristics. It would represent authority. It would have superhuman powers, and its weirdness would, in some way, seem plausible, acceptable to you. Let us say that you are faced with a man from Mars, and that prior, unresolved speculations concerning flying saucers give the figure a certain plausibility. You are rattled, but you attempt to go through with your normal activities, keeping your tremendous secret to yourself. You converse with your friends, perform your job, and eat your meals, even while the figure stands at your side. The man from Mars advises you that it is not necessary to answer his questions, that you need only to think your answers, for he will be able to read your mind. You find this no idle boast. The man proceeds to demonstrate his ability to do just that. If you are sufficiently controlled, you may carry your secret around with you for some time before anyone suspects that something unusual has happened to you. A friend may notice that you seem somewhat distraught and suggest that you unburden your troubles. You ignore his advice. Obviously, such an action would result only in the instant death of you and your confidant. Instead, you become more careful of your behavior. Hold on to yourself with everything you've got and pray desperately for the man from Mars to complete his research and depart. It is possible that the man from Mars may actually disappear within a few days or a few weeks. There is a 0.05% chance of this happening. You are physically exhausted after the man has gone back to Mars, and in your mind, which had been racing like a jet plane while the man was with you, slows down and almost refuses to function at all. But as the days pass, you gradually revert to normalcy. In time, you may discuss your experience with someone, and you may even discover at this point what was really happening to you while the man from Mars was with you. There is a 99.95% chance, however, if something like the man from Mars appears in your life, that he is still in your life after a few months. By that time, it is very probable that you are in a mental institution, undergoing periodic electric or insulin shock treatment. There is a chance of the man's disappearing after a few shock treatments. There's a much better chance the man is still with you after the 100th dose of shock. By that time, you may become so demoralized that you don't care whether the man kills you or not, or the doctors may inject drugs that which induce you to talk. You find yourself eagerly telling the doctors and anyone else who is eerie capture about your visitor and his purpose in haunting you. They don't believe you. This doesn't altogether surprise you. After all, other people can't see and hear the man. He's not tuned into them. The man may get nasty after your revelation of his presence, and you may get angry enough to take a few punches at him and feel jubilant about doing just this. While you are glorying in this first release of your months-old tension, you find that you are being fitted snugly into a restraining jacket, and that strong, tranquilizing drugs are being stuffed down your throat, or that the shock treatments have been increased to induce your aggressiveness. The tranquilizers or the shock therapy have the desired effect that your impulse to challenge the man disappears. You review your situation despondently and finally resign yourself to the inevitable, realizing that there isn't a thing any human being in the world can do for you. You wait warily for the man to go back to Mars. You might be in the institution for the rest of your life, and the man from Mars might be there with you. You have a common variety of the mental disease schizophrenia, a mental disorder more prevalent in America, okay, this is debatable, than it is anywhere else, and one which is mounting in a rate of increase with each year. Your mind is split, and a subconscious portion of it, no longer under your conscious control, is staging a private show for your benefit. The kind of show it stages will depend upon the kind of stuff that is in it, and upon the relationship that existed between your conscious and unconscious while your mind was whole. It may, with each passing day, tear you to smaller and smaller pieces. It may, on the other hand, patiently stitch together the segments of you that have split apart. One thing is certain. When you sit on your ward bench, staring at the wall, studying your apparition, and despondently concluding, no other human being in the world can help you, your deduction will be a sane and reasonable one. If you develop schizophrenia which cannot be arrested by a few doses of shock therapy or tranquilizers, then there is no other human being in the world who can help you. The only thing that can help you at this point is the demon in control, your own unconscious mind. You gotta get a sip of water. According to statistics released by the National Association for Mental Health, your chance of being hospitalized for severe mental illness during your lifetime is, in 1957, if you want an American, 1 in 12. In 1946, it was 1 in 16. In 1936, it was 1 in 20. An 11 out of 12 chance of escaping insanity is not too bad. The odds are not as good as 19 out of 20. However, they are considerably better than the 4 out of 5 chance, which seems to be looming on the horizon for 1976. Okay, we are in the year of our Lord 2022 now, which is quite far from the 1976 odds that were predicted here. So I'd be curious to check and see the statistics. Oh, my apologies, I had a burp on stream. If you are the unlucky 1 in 12, there is a 60% to 70% chance that the mental disease you develop is a variety of schizophrenia. It is the mounting rate of increase in this one mental disorder which is crowding every mental institution in this country. Just why schizophrenia should be the great insanity trap for the American emotional makeup is not certain, nor is it by any means certain that schizophrenia is emotional in origin. It may or it may not be the result of unbearable environmental pressures. It may or it may not be the result of endocrine gland disorders. Or it may be the result of a diet lacking in sufficient amino acids or some other substance. All of these theories are being explored by the medium-sized field of research psychiatrists who are trying to determine the cause of the disease. You know what schizophrenia needs? It needs its own Terry Fox, like someone who will just go out there as schizophrenic and do his run around the country, and then people will be like, oh, let's put some money and research into this thing. Okay, There are only 3 facts which are really certain about schizophrenia at this time. No one knows what causes it, no one knows how to cure it, and the number of research psychiatrists who are presently attempting to determine the cause and the cure of the disease is so small, that the chance of their coming upon a solution in the near future is relatively poor. At the rate at which schizophrenia is increasing, there is a reasonable chance that if the intercontinental missile doesn't get you, schizophrenia will. Your chances of being hit by a flying missile haven't yet been determined, although your chances of remaining intact if hit may be smallest. Your chances of being hit by a schizophrenia in the immediate future are higher, and your chances of making a comeback if hit are much better. There is an amazing lack of accurate knowledge among laymen concerning the effects of schizophrenia upon its victims. Yeah, normies don't understand schizophrenia. If you're in the chat, there's an even greater chance that you might be hit by schizophrenia in the future. The most prevalent current notion is that when the mind is split in schizophrenia, the individual becomes 2 people, 2 distinct personalities, or even multiple personalities. That the subconscious mind, rebelling against the repressions imposed upon it, has declared civil war, deserted the conscious authority, and that in the resulting schism, the new personality which emerges periodically is composed of the parts of the personality which the individual has consciously, deliberately, persistently repressed. In infrequent cases, this appears to be just what does happen. The unconscious has rebelled, assumed control, created the person wishes to be, forced the conscious controller to a small, tightly closed box where it cannot even see what is going on, and then taken over the floor of the conscious mind. Now I see someone in chat named Autism, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe at one point somebody decided to split the definitions of schizophrenia, or was it psychopathy and autism into 2 different things? I don't remember. It's very complicated. Anyways, in most cases of schizophrenia, however, the unconscious appears to prefer not the techniques of the actor, but those of the director. It does not create a new personality, but instead stages a play. The major difference is that the conscious mind is permitted to remain an audience of one, sitting lowly in the theater, watching a drama on which it cannot walk out. So people who've seen the movie Clockwork Orange, that scene where he's forced to be in the theater, strapped to the straitjacket with the thing on his eyes, that's basically it, the force of the eyes to keep it open. Even though circumstances which induce or permit the unconscious mind to rise and take over are still a mystery, the fact that in schizophrenia it rises to do just that is strikingly clear. As you sit watching your motion, it is your unconscious mind which is flashing the picture before your eyes, sounding the man's voice in your ears. Oh yes, that's correct, Monia. It is very complex. I barely understand what I'm reading. That's why I like it so much. It's a huge mystery. More than that, it is blowing a fog of hypnosis over your conscious mind, so that consciously you are convinced that the hallucinations you see and hear and the illusions that accompany the hallucinations are real. In sanity, you would know if the apparition of a man from Mars appeared before you that you were having a hallucination. An alcoholic in the throes of delirium tremens, watching tigers walking around his living room, knows that they are not tigers, know that they are just hallucinations, and knows also what has caused the hallucinations to appear. In schizophrenia, an important part of your reasoning mechanism has been fogged by something, which normally is the most cooperative assistant your conscious mind could desire. Your subconscious mental cellar, your unconscious. What an unsuitable name for it, mind. Your court of last resort in schizophrenia appears to be this unconscious mind of yours, the demon in control. However, it manages to get its hands on the throttle. Its behavior in the initial stages of control leaves no doubt about what it is up to. Without even stopping for a deep breath, it gets its motion or whatever going. With speed and apparent purposefulness, it escorts the conscious mind to a box seat, makes it comfortable, and projects the shape or shapes it has created, and the voice or voices it has chosen. As it does so, it wafts a little suggestive breeze in the direction of the box seat. Believe what you hear, says the little breeze. Believe what you see. These things are real, or else they could not be. Well, hello, night. You say, I see I've walked into a fever dream. Well, that is partially correct. A little bit of a context, but the first chapter here is a schizophrenic describing the experience of how it is to experience schizophrenia. The figure which is projected in front of your eyes may be wispy and ghost-like, or non-transparent, or even multicolored. Schizophrenics have reported all varieties. You may have a fair technician, or a good technician, or a technician artist in your subcellular. The voice which accompanies the shape is always convincingly loud and distinct. The voice business being apparently a quite simple technical achievement for unconscious talents. Having bolstered itself with the props it needs, the unconscious then proceeds to do what it has apparently created the props to effect. It begins to give you directions. Speaking of dying mania, it seems to me schizophrenia may in some cases be a fate worse than death, and not a quirky disease that you can put on your Twitter or Tumblr profile. Even in the last outpost of schizophrenia, your conscious mind attains certain prerogatives. Behind all the props and trappings devised by the unconscious is the unconscious realization that the conscious mind must be induced, cajoled, threatened into line. Clearly, your conscious mind has been devised to rule and command, and your unconscious is acutely aware of the fact. In charge, it draws upon every bit of business it can conduct to keep you bamboozled. What sort of directions does it give you? Well, that depends. The unconscious is, whatever else it is, the repository of whatever you have put into it during your lifetime. So, for example, if you consume a lot of mPreg porn, there will be a lot of mPreg porn in your unconscious. Now, statistics indicate that all sorts of people get schizophrenia. You may be male or female, young or old, brilliant or stupid, rich or poor, stable or unstable, a good guy or a bad guy, and still wake up some morning to find a man from Mars at your bedside. This is one of the mysteries of schizophrenia. Your man may be amazingly constructive in the advice he gives you. On the other hand, he may aim you like an arrow to destroy everything and anything, including yourself. That sounds to me like one of the many conditions for run amok, which is a condition that is unfortunate but has been happening quite often in the media. What is that? Self-cures are not uncommon in schizophrenia, neither are suicides and murders. There is a terrible kind of ironic justice in schizophrenia. Whatever it is you're possibly, for the first time in your life, at the absolute mercy of, well, there's just a period here, but I assume it says of another, and then a period, so continuing. What sort of people have become schizophrenics? The variety has been infinite. There's a good chance that Juan of Arc was a schizophrenic. Okay, probably should pronounce her name like that. Joanne of Arc. The shrewd peasant perceptively that looked down upon a broken, demoralized country and saw could be healed and revitalized. Might well have been unconscious. That full conscious Juan is completely as important nation is undoubted. Juan saw and heard the conventional figures of saints and followed their direction. Like a flying banner and a vision of defeated people came to life. Whether or not Juan was an instrument of God is beside the point. I would assume that Juan's sainthood could run parallel to his schizophrenia. The hand of God is large, and its lines are complex. On the other hand, the man who a few years ago murdered his mother-in-law at the direction of his voices. So for people who joined us recently, a few years ago is about the 1970s when this book was written. which is about 50 years or 52 years to the date of today. In a way, he is easier to understand than Juan. He did what a great many people wish to do. Poor Juan looked out upon a broken country and under the strain her mind split. What came from the birth was a whole thing, a desire to serve many people. Between Juan and her mother-in-law Maria, there have been a million shapes and shades. It is possible, even probable. Many think that Variety Murphy was the concoction of an unconscious mind which gained freedom in hypnosis, similar to the freedom gained in schizophrenia. At its best, it was displaying a desire to cooperate and please. At its worst, it was still more than an impression as a plot of the story of Variety waiting for the next moment to perform. Certainly, Mrs. Simmons had no more idea than Juana of what was going on in the subsummer. Okay, I don't know who Variety Murphy is. If there are any boomers in chat, you might want to help us out here. There's a lot of boomer references in this book actually, so that is also another mystery to uncover. I developed schizophrenia abruptly in the way which is now considered most fortunate for an optimistic prognosis. I awoke one morning during a time of great personal tension and self-conflict to find 3 gray and somewhat wispy figures standing at my bedside. I was, as might be imagined, completely taken up by them. Within a few minutes, they had banished my own sordid problem from my mind and replaced it with another, more intriguing one. They were not meant for Mars, but the operators, a group in some way stranger than Martians could be. I listened to what the operators had to say, weighed the facts which they presented to me, and decided that there was wisdom in following their directions. I packed some clothes and mounted a Greyhound bus as they directed and followed them. Greyhound is a very big bus company in the United States for viewers who do not live in the United States. Riding off in the bus, I left safely behind me a mess of reality, with which I was totally incapable of coping. But when I could not face insanity, I had to face insanity. It became clear in time that the problem presented to me by the operators was exactly the problem I had left behind me. Caught up in my new world, and with the world of sanity almost wiped from my mind, the resemblance between the two worlds was not apparent until afterward, 6 months afterward, when I walked into the psychoanalysis office at the advice of my voices and gave him the message they had told me to give him. To his trained eye, the evidences of an approaching spontaneous recovery were apparent. He sweated out a 4-day waiting period, waiting for it to occur. Just as he had almost given up hope, major symptoms, the voices, abruptly disappeared. In sanity, I had been a trained observer with an excellent memory, and in insanity, my abilities had remained with me. I recovered and sane again. I was able to recall the small motions, the whispers of my demons, while I stood at the controls. I sat placidly enough in my box seat during insanity, relaxed, and in a way enjoying the play. The play had seemed to have a purpose, and after a fashion I had finally gotten the point. By the time I wandered into the analyst's office, I knew well what the score was. That I was one of the lucky ones who went through processes of self-cure, given the story of the operators' certain values. Hinton, the hook operators, even the spider as he scalped out the lattice work, were busy at the job of healing a rift in the mental machinery. Now, if you're confused about the terms in this paragraph, so was I when I first read this. All of that is explained throughout the book, and it just gets weirder. They were strange gangsters who had engaged in a constructive enterprise, but the unconscious which devised them had several things in mind, not the least being a desire to hold the interests of the customer in the box seat. The chapters in this book which deal with the operators relate to an authentic account of schizophrenia, shortened considerably but unchanged. This is a sample of what goes on in a schizophrenic mind. Now, I spoke to a schizophrenic I knew in real life about the book, and he was offended by this depiction of schizophrenia and claimed it wasn't real schizophrenia, it was only schizo adjacent. So take this with a grain of salt. Or maybe he was being schizo when he told me, I'm not sure. The chapters which deal with the period immediately following my recovery from major symptoms contain material which is in some ways even stranger than the conversations of the operators. Some of these incidents are considered separately or strange indeed, but considered as a group, they are apparent for what they are. The mental machinery was still manual, and the conscious mind was still incapable of taking over the whole direction of the whole machine. Until it was ready, the unconscious stepped in, or which was necessary to guide, direct, and ease the way. Possibly because its wilder talents were easier to use when emergencies arose, it occasionally used such talents. When the machine was healed, the conscious mind was at the composed again, the weird incidents ceased. The conscious mind had never welcomed them, had frequently been disturbed by them, and was considerably relieved when they stopped. The chapters which have to do with the two business firms in which I was employed have been camouflaged to the best of my ability, without destroying in any way the essence of the emotional environment with which both were permeated. I have no desire to embarrass the individuals with whom I worked or the companies which employed me. There is, as a matter of fact, nothing startling or unusual about the environment in either office. Both are typical of the present-day scene, and so is schizophrenia. I believe this concludes the first chapter, and I'd like to draw a parallel between what the author, Barbara O'Brien, says here and the modern-day VTuber, because Barbara O'Brien is not her real name. It is a pen name, and she is using a variety of fake names to call people in her life to then tell to her readers or her chat. So Barbara O'Brien could be considered a godmother of the present-day VTubing scene. Part 1. The Operator's Leaf. Part 1 of Chapter 2. The operators left me at the door of the analyst's office, just as had on my prior visits. Dr. Donor was standing in the middle of his office waiting for me. Uneasiness hung around the room like a thick mist. He's walking up and down, I thought, spraying worry around. The room is filled with worry. He smiled and motioned me to the couch. I sat and waited for him to explain about the worry. I've been discussing your case with an associate. He waved vaguely and looked away at one of the walls. In the fix, a amiable expression in his face collapsed. His face suddenly looked worn and tired and somewhat fearful. Something has him scared. Him, I thought. I'm sorry, and leaned forward to study his face. Those mushrooms I dipped in lemon brine, quite salty and making me burp. Schizophrenia clearly clears up after this length of time without shock therapy. He walked to his desk and looked at the little keg that lay open. I don't know what a little keg is. You're sure of the date when it started? Yes, I was quite sure. It's been 6 months. He brooded at the wall. I don't like shock treatment. It isn't effective in most cases, and sometimes the results are not desirable. The fear on his face was quite clear now. Then I realized why I was studying his face so closely. Hinton was tuned in on my mind and was studying the analyst's face through my eyes. I'm afraid it will have to be a hospital. The doctor seemed to remember something. He stopped brooding at the wall and turned around and looked at me carefully. I was really hoping there were such sharp indications. He seemed to be waiting for me to say something. Plunge right in, the operators had taught me. Plunge right in and tackle it, whatever it is. When do I go? I asked. Dr. Dillon sighed. Then he turned a page of his notebook and asked me for the name and addresses of my close relatives. Yes, they were all thousands of miles away No, I didn't know anybody at all in this city. He wrote carefully in his notebook. I was to come back to his office the next day at the same time, and he would come with me to the hospital. I left and waited outside the building. I waited a full 5 minutes, but neither Hinton nor Hazel came. There hadn't been much point in telling Dr. Dover that Hinton and Hazel would really make the decision about my going to the hospital. They had been arguing all night about how my head should be repaired. Their voices had still been snapping at each other when I had fallen asleep. Hazel wanted me to get my head repaired, but she recommended only one method. Alright, it's page 10, time for a water break. And a sucker of lemon skin. That's better. I love the citrus. Covered my head with stone. Stone, she said, would prevent operators from tuning in on my mind. Hinton was opposed to stone. What's wrong with stone? Hazel had asked him. A good thick coat of stone will mean safety. The lattice work will go in fine, and there won't be any danger that some busybody operator will fiddle around with lattice work while it is going in. That's what I'm talking about, Hinton had shot back at her. I want to get at the lattice work when it's going in. I want to make certain that it goes in right. No stone. It's got to be board and peephole. Personally, I was in favor of stone. I knew what lattice work was. It was the operator's term for habit patterns. My habit patterns had been scarred out, and they had to go back again. And I didn't want a screwball like him supervising the cult of my habit patterns. I looked at my wristwatch. They always had picked me up as soon as I left the doctor's office. I went back to the hotel, opened the door to my room, and listened. Nothing. I went in and sat down and waited. Finally, I went to bed. As soon as I awoke and saw the clock, I knew they weren't around. The operators never allowed me to sleep more than 6 hours. I had slept 15 hours. Now, I'm going to make a little connection here because the other book I read, or the book we're going to read next week, also has something about sleeping 6 hours instead of the recommended 8 hours, which I find a little odd, but I suppose 6 is the minimum required hours of sleep and 10 is the maximum, with 8 being the average or median. Dr. Dover was in his office looking much the same as he had the day before. He doesn't know, I thought. He doesn't know, the little arrow thingy. They're gone, I told him. The voices, they went away and they didn't come back. The doctor's mouth sagged. They snapped suddenly and stretched into a wide smile. He took a deep breath and then smiled again, asked me to sit down and tell more about it. His head nodded happily as I talked. So if you hear background sounds, that's me peeling an orange because I want more citrus. Will they be back? I asked. He threw a nice sharp look at me, as if he thought I might be trying to warn him of something. Then he stepped in and took charge. He hadn't been in charge until then. He had just been sitting around the same way I had been, waiting to see what the operators would do. He stood up very tall and looked very confident. No, they won't be back. You won't have to go to a hospital. We won't have to use shock therapy. You're going to be all right. He threw another sharp look at me to see if I were observing how confident he was. He went back to the desk and shoved papers around and looked as if he was decidedly in charge of everything. No hospital, he said very confidently. No stone, I thought, no stone. We're going to use psychoanalysis, Dr. Dover said. The bored people, I thought, and I realized that Hinton had won. Dr. Dover surprised me. I'd always imagined that psychoanalysts presented a calm, serene facade to their patients, a bulwark against which all emotions could break without leaving a dent. Dr. Dover was impatient, sensitive, jumpy. I observed, but did not absorb his impatience. Since the voices of the operators had disappeared, I had been empty and dry, an automaton without emotion, almost without thought. Peace had finally come to me after months out of Bedtime of the operators. Again, crowded and the hill were warm. The quiet beach of my mind was at rest. Do you read fantasy fiction? Dr. Dolan asked. The operators sound like characters created by a writer of fantasies. My memories of the operators were sharp as icicles, but searching through the path of sanity is like picking up rocks. Every effort devastated. I said finally, I used to read Time. I tried to read the evening times every night, but didn't always have the time. I didn't have the time even to always read Time. The repetition of the word delighted me. I wanted more of it. You might say at it. I didn't have the time to take advantage of the time. He tried again. You exercised remarkable self-control, traveling around country the way you did for 6 months, considering the condition you were in. Oh yeah, that reminds me, another genre of the book. There is the mental hospital drama, there was the business drama, and the mystery, and then there's the road trip. This is a road trip drama. You exercised. I stifled the impulse to tell him that his statement was absurd. I hadn't been in control. I had been controlled, I said, because I wondered if he had doubts about it. I want you to understand that all the fluky has stopped. I'm perfectly all right now. Fluky is a synonym of crazy, except that my head was so dry and so empty. You have gotten rid of your major symptoms. You realize that you had schizophrenic hallucinations and that the operators did not exist. By the way, why do you refer to your delusions as fluky-looky? I stared blankly. Why did I? Think about it a moment, he said irritably. Don't say there's nothing going on in your mind. You say that very often, but there's always mental action going on somewhere in your mind. I tried to think, but the effort hurt and I rested. A gentle wave broke on the dry beach of my mind. My mind is resting because it needs rest more than it needs an analyst at this point. I was about to put the gentle wave into words when another wave flooded softly over the shore. It would not be wise to say this. I stared and was silent. The analyst looked at his clock, took out his notebook, scheduled me for another appointment, and waited while I laboriously copied the time and date on a piece of paper. I went directly to the park, where I was now spending most of the time. The park was large and peaceful. In its center was a lake on whose waters ducks, gulls, mudfowl, and one large swan went about their daily routine of living. I had always liked birds, but never found much time to watch them. Time was all about me now. The swan glided across the lake. Its back was large, black hard. The woman sitting on the bench beside me leaned forward. Will you look at that swan? She said. There's some kind of stick on its back. I looked carefully at the swan. Another wave broke on the sand. I absorbed it and translated it. It's his leg, I said. Maybe it's sore and the water's irritating it, or maybe the swan is just resting it. She peered over the water. Oh yes, I see now, she said. I was delighted with the waves. They were soft and gentle and brought useful information into the dry, empty cavern of my head. I should never have known about the long black stick being a swan's leg. I had never seen a swan before. I walked to the lake for a closer look. The swan's leg still looked like a black stick. I was dubious about it being his leg, but I trusted the waves. The waves were more clever than the dry beach. I watched the birds for hours. They helped keep the operators away, I thought. A wave cascaded gently on the beach. I must remember, not fluky-looky, but schizophrenia. Not operators, but my unconscious mind. Everything the operators had said to me, my conscious had said to my conscious mind. I watched the birds, and something that wasn't a wave stood on the dry beach. How very odd, I mused, that my unconscious mind would call itself an operator, and my conscious mind a thing. I'm gonna eat this orange peel before the next chapter. Before the operator came, wow, this peel had like 20 seeds in it. Whenever I think of the hook operators now, I see a picture of a man with a hook stuck in his back. The hook is attached to a rope, and the rope hangs from a ceiling. At the end of the rope, unable to get his feet on solid ground, the man dangles in the air. His face distorted in agony, his arms and legs thrashing about violently. Behind him stands the hook operator. Having operated his hook successfully, the hook operator stands by with his other instruments, the knife and the hatchet. He watches the thrashing man, speculating, considering, if necessary, he will move in and cut the victim's throat, or his hatchet cleave through the victim's head. The hook operator is the maker of tools, and if he is an expert toolmaker, the hook alone will serve its purpose. The victim is thrashing to be free of the hook, most likely cut into the back, the crippling gouge the hook operator seeks. The hook operator waits and watches what a man will do once he's caught on the hook. It's always a gamble. There's a chance, of course, the man may squirm off the hook, in which case the hook operator will move in with his other weapons. There is too the chance that the victim may accomplish more. The hook operator strives for and crack his backbone, while giving an unexpected twist to the thrashing, tear himself completely in two. Should a break or schism occur, the hook operator, as much as anyone, will pause in distress, surveying the record he did not seek and for which he feels no guilt. When he hooks, cuts, or cleaves his object, it's not to destroy, but to impede and remove. Not personal animosity, but competition has empowered him to use his weapons. The man with the hook is not an enemy, but an obstacle. Even had the hook operator cut his competitor's throat, he would have cut it sufficiently, but no more. Had he cleaved his skull, he would have cleaved it just enough. Of his weapons, the hook is considered the least barbaric, the one which requires the most skill, and the one for which he will receive the least censure. Now, the hook might seem a foreign term for most of us, but I know some people who use the term bait, which is interchangeable with the term hook, and they're both fishing terms too. The hook's purpose is to catch and upset, and it was designed for no other purpose. If the man on the hook receives more injury than was intended, he obviously received it by trying too obstinately to regain his balance on the ground he should have had the strength to avoid. Or by losing inner balance and falling into a frenzy he should have had. Nor will the speculators watching on the outskirts of the circle be inclined to condemn the hook operator if tragedy instead of upset occurs. The hook is the commonly accepted instrument of the circle where the hook operator works, a state of affairs which should have been clear to the victim as soon as he walked into the circle. Considering the amount of hook operating that goes on in business organizations, it is surprising how little understanding of it exists among young people before they enter business. My own education for business was thorough enough, but I never had a course on how to recognize hook operating when you see it. Even a short lecture would have been helpful, would have brought into focus a picture for my memory to store away. As it was, I had to attempt to fit pieces of jigsaw puzzle together without any guide, and without much notion of what the picture was going to be when it was completed. I went to work for the Knox Company for the same reason that a great many other people did. Knox was mushrooming overnight into a big company, profits were high, and the rich, oily smell of money hung over the plant. I was new to business, and I was concerned, as are a considerable number of young women when they start to work and discover the answer to how do I get into the big salary class. With all of that money around, and with the technical background I had, there seemed to be a reasonable chance that I might latch onto some of it. Almost immediately, an answer of sorts developed right in front of me. I had been working only a few days when the company announced that a new design department would be open within a month, and that a young fellow named Ken Ryers, a pleasant, soft-spoken chap who sat a few desks away from me, and who had been working for Knox less than a year, will be promoted to the position of manager of the new department. The thing I recall most vividly about Ken was that his head was always buried in his blotter, and that if you wanted to get his attention, you had to stand almost on top of him and speak very loudly. It's just that he concentrates hard, his girl used to say of him. He actually forgets everything except what he's doing. That's why he turns out so much work. I remember that I looked at the dog head. It was always buried in a desk blotter and thought, that's how it's done. It's simple and sweet. You sit at your desk and keep turning it out. If you're just a little better, if you turn it out 8 hours a day instead of the 6 hours a day that most people are willing to give, you're made. The picture of hardworking Ken getting a big promotion after only a short time with Knox, kind of clear illustrated quality. You see the graphs in junior high school books drawn in clear brow lines and painted in bright lollipop colors. The picture was easy to understand, and I decided not more difficult to follow through on. I could see myself within a few years with a big fat salary, vacationing in Europe and writing postcards from Paris. I found myself looking up frequently at Ken's dog head and feeling grateful to him. He got me started so early in the nightclub. Perhaps it was because I looked at Ken so often that I became aware that someone else was doing the same thing. A little pasty-faced fellow who sat on the other side of the room. His name was Gordon, and he smoked a good deal, not nervously, but deliberately and slowly, as if he were testing and evaluating each cigarette. Some 30 days later, when the new design department was open and Gordon was installed as department manager, I was one of many who walked around with blank faces and raised eyebrows. One of the girls, in a hurried whisper, gave me as clear an answer as I was able to get for some time. Ken said something terrible about Knox Sr. It must have been really awful because nobody can find out what he said. Knox called Ken in and had him out with him, and Ken got mad and said Knox was crazy for believing such trash. One word led to another, and Ken really let loose. He's all washed up now. I wondered, because there was subconscious irritation than any objective reason, how much Gordon knew of the story that had reached Knox Sr. and started the explosion. No one was going to learn much from Ken. He kept his head buried in his blotter and kept his business to himself. No one was going to learn much from Gordon either. He sat at the manager's desk in his new design department, smoking his slow cigarettes, and if he caught you looking at him, his eyes would fix in your face in a cold, spiderish stare. I made some sharp revisions in my ideas of how people get ahead fast in business since the day I looked at Ken and saw how clear it all was. Then you need a special kind of skill that Ken didn't have and could never have developed. It's the technique of the hook operator. Many people are horrified when they come upon hook operating, and their first reaction is, that's something I could never stoop to doing. But actually, the reason that a great many people don't become hook operators is because it's not that easy to be one. They're clever, the hook operators, and ingenious in those also. They give every bit of their time and energy to the business of hook operator. To understand a hook operator, it's best to study him from the first day that he sets his nimble, cloven foot inside the door of an organization. A hook operator has a nose for power, and as soon as he enters an organization, he follows his nose until it comes upon the individual who's giving up the strongest order. Having spotted him, the hook operator fills out the power man for his soft spot until he knows the exact location of the spot and its degree of softness. There is value in taking a sharp look at this soft spot, for its nature is the one element that makes the career of hook operators possible. The power man doesn't have this kind of soft spot. The hook operator will get nowhere. But generally, the hook operator has little to worry about on this score. Where there's power, there is usually the kind of soft spot the hook operator is seeking. The soft spot is a simple thing. a hidden sense of insecurity. Its owner is so sharply aware of this soft spot that he keeps it hidden in a little box where it doesn't have to look at it and be aware of it. About this soft spot, however, owner is so touchy, the slightest indication that someone suspects its existence will drive him crazy. The hook operator usually locates the soft spot very quickly, for this is the part of his business not giving any indication that he sees it as part of his technique. As soon as he has gotten the soft spot in focus, the hook operator visualizes it as a target and shapes a weapon, which will pierce that feeling of insecurity, so that it will bleed for days. He then looks out to locate the guy on the way up, since this fellow will hold or will be credited with holding the weapon, and will throw or will be credited with throwing it at the target. There is the choice for techniques at this point. If the hook operator can manage it, the most effective method is to get the guy on the way up to actually throw the weapon. First, the hook operator studies the guy on the way up to locate a soft spot. If it exists, it will show itself under the hook operator's careful probing. Blood under the microscope is a rather soft, small, flabby thing. A feeling in the guy on the way up that he's not sufficiently appreciated by management. Once he has brought the soft spot into focus, the hook operator pokes at it until it is grown to maximum size. When the hook operator has achieved this, a change becomes apparent in the guy on the way up. His fellow employees notice it, and management notices it, and they say, especially the members of management, that so-and-so's personal morale is not what it used to be. This is true enough. So-and-so has been worked on by an expert. A small sense of grievance has grown to a large sense of grievance. At this point, the hook operator directs his sense of grievance at the power man. The guy on the way up is susceptible, and to think that the power man is deliberately holding him back. The hook operator then carefully directs the victim's attention to the power man's soft spot, his hidden insecurity, until the victim understands why the power man has this sense of inferiority, and understands exactly the real inferiority which lies under this touchy sense of inferiority. This power man who doesn't appreciate him, the victim finally realizes, is just a dope. When the hook operator gets the victim to this point, he picks up a weapon of woods, which he has so carefully fashioned, and dangles it in front of the victim's eyes. This is what will puncture the ego of the power man, says in essence the hook operator. It may take days, not exactly saying this to say it exactly enough for the guy on the way up to get to the point. But eventually the victim realizes the power man, that unappreciative individual who thinks so little of him, can be reduced to ashes by a few words. When he has become sufficiently aggrieved and angry, and has been convinced by the hook operator that he is more justified in feeling aggrieved and angry, the victim throws his weapon at the target. The moment he does, he's finished. He's one less guy on the way out. Frequently, this technique is not effective because the victim's personal morale is too high, or because his sense of balance is too good, or because he's too shrewd to be taken in by the hook operator. In such cases, the hook operator merely pretends that the guy on the way up is thrown the weapon at the power man's soft spot, and convinces the power man of this. The hook operator in this case spends his time working on the power man, rather than on the guy on the way up. To convince the power man the victim has actually thrown the weapon at the power man's soft spot, the hook operator may have to do a considerable amount of work. First, he mentions a small needle of comment and claims that he heard the victim throw it at the power man. And he follows with another small needle. He words these little needle statements carefully. They sound as if they just might have been said by the victim. The hook operator watches their effect carefully, revising the shape and length of the needles as necessary. Until he notices little things which tell him the needles are doing their work. The power man, the tightening of the mouth when he hears them, his growing irritability with the victim, and a sudden, careful, quiet studying of the victim. When enough needles have been thrown and the proper effect has been achieved, the hook operator throws a big weapon. This may be a small knife, or a large knife, or a broad axe. since it has been blown, the guy on the way up may be an excellent and invaluable employee, but so far as the Power Man is concerned, he's not only a man with a weapon at the soft spot. Power Man doesn't dare look at himself, which he can feel bleeding. As the victim has been hooked by the second technique, he gulps and blutters about, trying to discover why the wind has suddenly changed. Occasionally, a Power Man, starting to fury, lashes out the supposed weapon below and repeats with hook operator's toner. Usually, when the touchy soft spot is punctured, the Power Man cannot bring himself to do this. He cannot talk at all about the soft spot, but instead swallows cover acid every time he looks at the victim. Inevitably, if the Power Man is hooked, he gets rid of the victim and uses him as a whipping boy to console himself with his punctured ego. Whereas this second technique was Gordon and used to break Ken. When Knox, outraged by the stories he heard, accused Ken of disloyalty, Ken was amazed, then annoyed, then angry. Ken was not a smooth talker. He was a man who kept hidden under his surface and passiveness. 100 small irritations. Within 2 minutes, two angry men were yelling at each other. Nobody anywhere could have undone the damage. Ken, I suppose, was easy to bring, and Gordon had little difficulty in plotting exactly the right moves, while he smoked his slow cigarettes. The great difficulty with being a hook operator, if you have tendencies that way, is that being one is not easy. The techniques require skill, considerable acting talent, perceptivity, careful planning, deep aesthetic mentality, and the complete ability to rationalize your actions to yourself. The really clever hook operators are quite expert. They have to be. It is their livelihood. Somewhere early in the game, they became aware that they would never get anywhere with such business abilities as they possessed, and they had totaled their resources and discovered they had the talents which might be substituted for the ones the jobs required, and then perfected those talents by long practice. Of course, even the cleverest hook operators cannot get far with the Power Man doesn't have touchy ego soft spots. I suppose that the Knox organization presented a setup that was milk pudding for a hook operator. The Knox Company was a family organization run by Knox Sr., an extraordinarily able and shrewdly uneducated man, and by his 6 sons who were all of them thoroughly educated, remarkably dull, and quite aware that they would have risen higher than male clerk in any other organization. Their awareness of their lack of ability was the main soft spot in each of the Knox boys, and the knowledge of the accumulative donors of his 6 progeny was the old man's soft spot. I remember that I was quite objective about the hook operators when I first looked at them. Then I looked at them coldly and clearly. I thought, they're horrible, but they're clever. It isn't an easy job to do. It takes skill and talent, and it's a pity such skill and talent can't be used constructively. It wasn't until McDermott arrived on the scene that I became afraid of hook operators. And when I became afraid of them, I stopped seeing them clearly. You can do any of many things with fear. And any of many things may happen to you as a result. You may run or scream or get ulcers. I believe ulcers was proven to be bacteria sometime in the 2000s or something. Anyways, well, the worst things you can do with fear is to bury it inside of you in a box and pretend that you were afraid it doesn't exist. When I became afraid of McDermott, that's exactly what I did with my fear. And the next year, Gordon moved up from the design department, and the chap named Boswell moved into Gordon's job, and a new man, McDermott, was hired to take over Boswell's job. The first thing I noticed about McDermott was that he spent a great deal of time at the water cooler and out in the coffee room. I think the girls had sized him up at first as a harmless variety of wolf, but it became apparent soon enough that McDermott's interest was in gathering information on their bosses. He sounded me out instantly about Jim Knox and Mr. Popeye. I remember saying instantly that I didn't know the answer to his question. The question was harmless, I suspected it would be followed by others, and I wanted to cut the conversation before we got it off the ground. I tried to sound friendly and casual, but I remember McDermott's face became absolutely expressionless. But he stood looking at me for a long moment, without even his eyelids blinking. He smiled a slow, easy smile, went away, and never asked me anything. And shortly after, I had to spend 2 hours talking myself out of a situation that McDermott got me into with Jim Knox. Now, when I first went to Knox, I was told that one thing an employee had to have that regardless of what else he had was the confidence of the Knox family. When I first heard this comment, I assumed that Knoxes had to trust you, assignment without worrying about the outcome. Said to trust enough to reveal confidential information to competitors. I was supposed to have the confidence of Jim Knox, who supervised the department in which I worked. I suppose having Jim's confidence meant things I thought it meant, but it also meant other things which were more important and which I didn't understand for a long time. Having Jim's confidence meant that Jim could reveal to me how little he knew about his job and be absolutely certain that I would never reveal his ignorance to anyone. It also meant, and this was even more important, that I could sit down and talk to Jim and never once revealed to him that I realized he was a bonehead who didn't have a fraction of the backup he needed for his job. Also, Jim could get up from my desk to display how little he did know without ever having to admit to himself that he was a bonehead. I imagine this was easy for me to do, without even knowing that I was doing something important, because I readily accepted the fact that the Knox boys should inherit their plush jobs, sit in desks of power, and enjoy their fantastic salaries without feeling any resentment. Maybe this is easier for women to do than men. Women, despite their interest in making money, really want positions of power and importance. And I have met few men who didn't want such positions and feel that they are better entitled to them than the men who have them. McDermott was not quite as smooth as Gordon, but he was far more clever. Wow, I'm really burpy today. He had a brilliant mind, and it was a pity that he couldn't settle for less than being a hook operator. But hook operators travel faster than ordinary men, and McDermott was a man clearly in a hurry. I remember thinking in the early days, McDermott's twisted. He can't act straight because there isn't a straight line in it. When you say this about a man like McDermott, you are applying to him a standard of your own, which you consider the only acceptable standard. It was my standard, because it was the only one which I had been reared and conditioned to, and which I accepted as the only basis for human relations. But standards are manufactured things. You don't create them, you accept them. And there are too many men like Gordon and McDermott for me to feel now that all of them are twisted. In a way, they have adapted themselves superbly to a certain type of business environment. Both Gordon and McDermott cut the most direct road they could to find where they wanted to go. That they both knifed a few men getting there was totally unimportant to either of them. Such men are immoral, people say of hook operators, and of course it's true. Christian principles are not the principles on which the hook operators build their lives. Although this fact, so glaringly obvious to others, is rarely apparent to the hook operators. I think the strangest thing that I knew about either Gordon or McDermott was that both were extremely religious men. Gordon was considered by many to be actually hip on religion. In some fashion, such men apparently justify themselves to themselves. Maybe if you are as clever fooling others as Gordon and McDermott were, it's easy to be clever fooling yourself in areas you were eager to be fooled. Long before Boswell took over Gordon's position in the design department, he was displaying one of the secondary talents of the hook operator, expert apple polish. He obtained the promotion because of ability, although I have no doubt the silk smooth apple polishing job was helpful. He hadn't been in the design department very long before it must have occurred to him that he had more brilliance than Gordon had, and if Gordon could advance to this top administrative level, he might be able to do the same thing. He hooked Gordon in. Boswell was in a close position to do this, having inherited the mess Gordon had left, and he did it cutely, with an open-faced frankness and a somewhat bewildered air, as if he couldn't quite believe that he was telling Leonard Knox was true. The project went over a period of a month. Boswell could have made his points about Gordon's inefficiency in a 1.5-hour conversation with Leonard. Gordon was far from being an effective organizer. His mismanagement of the design department could clearly be proved. Boswell brought his facts to Leonard in triples, carefully padding each area with a ball. It is specially manufactured for a mind like Leonard's. He convinced Leonard that Gordon was too clever to create such a mess just from sheer stupidity. Gordon's purpose had been to sabotage the company. As Boswell carefully pointed out to Leonard in his calmness, this can't be true, of course. is there even a remote chance that it is true? Fashion. Jordan had a brother-in-law who was an executive in a company that was Knox's outstanding competitor. The fact that the competitor was located a considerable distance away, and that Gordon had seen his brother-in-law in 20 years were factually known to Leonard. But Leonard had a thing about competitors stealing from Knox, and the sabotage idea took root in his mind. It was difficult for Gordon to prove that sabotage had not been in his plans, and by the time he finally proved it, the stupidity that had to be stupidity, because it couldn't have been anything else. It stood out crystal clear, as he could never have stood out otherwise. Gordon was sent back to the general office, and in a surprise move that stunned everyone, especially Boxwell, Knox Sr. moved McDermott into the design department as the executive supervisor over Boswell. That the godless innocence used by Boswell as approach to Leonard left him open to the criticism that he might be too godless for an important position. Apparently, it hadn't occurred to Boswell, but it had occurred to McDermott. 2 years later, Leonard revealed that McDermott had convinced him that Boswell had demonstrated that he was too innocent for his job, and needed a more sophisticated man like yourself, Leonard, to watch him. Leonard, having other things in mind, and decided to pass the job to McDermott. The fact which struck me as oddest was that both Leonard and Chip Knox could discuss this incident and display a complete command of the facts without any understanding of the McDermott and Boswell. Huh. It says, YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain buffering. I'm just going to say there's some technical buffering issues. And continue. If there's a little popping, I might try to adjust this like that. There we go. Hopefully it's better now. Maybe it takes a certain type of mentality even to recognize the hook operators. I know that none of the Knoxes showed any understanding of them, but that Coleman, the sales manager, understood them very well. And that young Sam Jackson, the office boy, saw them sharply in focus and had them pegged exactly and accurately in their individual holes. Maybe you have to be reared in a certain type environment or to be conditioned over a period, or maybe you need a certain type mind to see hook operators clearly. I remember thinking the day that McDermott was promoted again, this time to the top administrative level as Leonard Knox's personal advisor, there wasn't any way to cope with men like McDermott and feeling afraid. And also believe that it wasn't in McDermott's way. I was quite afraid of McDermott by that time. The day was McDermott hooked Carmody was the day that my feeling of relief vanished and I was left with fear. Oh, I just mentioned the technical issues because my stream quality dropped at pool and some notification opened on my PC, and then it went back to excellent. Okay, continuing on. Carmody had been with Knox for 20 years. He was extremely capable in his job as sales manager, and he had helped greatly to build the Knox organization to the position it had. We had been hearing that McDermott was needling Carmody constantly in the brass meetings. Carmody had a temper, and a sharp, decisive way of talking, and an iron hand, no interference policy from Knox's policy in his department, and displayed clearly the contempt he had from the Knox family. He retained the confidence of the Knoxes for 20 years, despite his tactless handling of them, for a reason that was so important it outweighed all other considerations. He made tons of money for the Knox family. I suppose Knox Sr. had always resented the feeling that Carmody gave him of being a busybody dope, and resented even more the fact that he had a smile when he took it down the jaw. I still don't think Old Man Knox would have turned on Carmody unless he had persuaded that Carmody was no longer indispensable. When Jim Knox said something one afternoon to the feeling that McDermott was developing a great respect for the talents of Sorey Sanderson, Carmody's top assistant, I sensed that McDermott was after Carmody's skull. Sorey was no particular friend of McDermott's, but neither was he an enemy, as Carmody obviously was. And in McDermott's mind, there was not just space for an individual who he saw as an enemy. McDermott suddenly started to promote a sales campaign that he was suing Comey would tolerate, inasmuch as it violated Comey's pet ideas about sales programs. The argument between Comey and McDermott went on until Comey flew into a temple one day and stated flat that he would resign before he would put McDermott's ideas into effect, and said a few dozen things about the acidity of old man Knox for even contemplating such a program. A month later, Sawyer took over the sales department, and Comey left the organization. By this time, I had been with Knox for 7 years, was making excellent salary, and had a clear opportunity to see an even more excellent salary in a short time. These are the things with which you hook yourself. I was hooked sufficiently to tell myself that if I walked out of Knox, I would walk to another firm where a similar situation existed. I think I was fairly right in assuming this, but it was still stupid of me to stay. By that time, I had built up a fear towards the environment which I saw clearly and understood very well. I explored every group to find escape from the fear I was building and couldn't find it. Had I gone to another firm, I would have had a change of scene, an opportunity to escape from the terror that wrapped itself around me every morning that I walked to Knox. But I had a great deal of Knox, and I wanted to hold on to it. I wouldn't have been doing it so much that finally I had to erase him from my mind and pretend that he wasn't what he was. And the things weren't happening. When you reach that stage of fear, you start growing strange planets of distortion in your mind. The best comparison I can think of to illustrate this mental process occurs in George Orwell's 1984. An entire staff of government employees spend their time rewriting the files of old newspapers and documents, changing facts so that the facts agree with whatever propaganda program the government has in progress. You do this to yourself mentally when you set about deliberately distorting a picture you can see clearly. By the time you've twisted the facts to agree with this picture you wish to see, your subconscious mind has helpfully plotted the past and distorted by the time of facts to make them agree with your present self-deception program. I suppose that I had a certain degree of security from having Jim Knox's confidence, and that this factor would have kept me stabilized for a long time. I never did lose Jim's confidence, except that all the things that Jim stood for and were security to me disappeared overnight. Not McDermott, but another man, Litter, did a job on Jim. Litter used the youngest of the Knox boys to hook Jim, and I know I was shaken out of my dull avoidance of what was going on by the realization that even the Knoxes were willing to agitate each other. The youngest Knox was the dullest of the lot, and had the least chance of getting into a plush job even in the father's organization. Maybe that helped him to see things Litter's way. When the earthquake was over, Jim was working in a field job, and the youngest Knox was supervising Jim's department with Litter as his assistant. And all the sense of security I had in my relations to the Knox family was gone. I was left in a room with Litter's sharp eyes making holes in me and a cold chill in my spine. A short time later, I left Knox, and I didn't leave in a way I could have possibly anticipated. I never blamed anybody for the months that would have followed, except myself. Litter might have done a job on me in time, but he didn't get the chance. I walked out of Knox, the hook in my back. I was entirely of my own making. When I finally pulled it out and had a good look at it, I decided that nobody could have stuck it in my back, except myself. The only satisfaction I got was that I was able to pull it out myself and see clearly the shape of it. Part 2. The Operators. I'm gonna finish up this mushroom while I catch my breath. When I awoke, they were standing at the foot of my bed, looking like soft, fuzzy ghosts. I tried feeling the bedclothes. The sensation of feeling was sharp. I was awake, and this was real. The boy was about 12 years old, handsome and with a pleasant, relaxed smile. The elderly man was impressive, solid, conservative, a reliable man with built-in rules. The third was a total weirdo, with hair 3 inches too long, black, straight, and limp, and with a body that was also long and limp. The face didn't belong with the body or the hair. Her features were fine and sensitive, expression arrogant and unbending. The elderly man suddenly cleared his throat. It is necessary for the good of all concerned that you get to know Hinton better. He turned and looked at the weirdo. I was positive that I had seen that face before. The elderly man apparently sensed my thoughts. You know him well, he said. You used to know him better. I said hurriedly, if you say so, we must have met. I'm sorry I can't recall, Mr. Hinton. To the arrogant face I said, how are you? Hinton bowed his head a quarter of an inch and stared stiffly out the window. I am Bert, said the elderly man. He seemed concerned, but in a dead, resigned sort of way. A man who had lived long with order and ceremony, and who was having difficulty adjusting to the role of master of ceremonies at all costs. And this is Nicky. The boy smiled a wide, sunny smile. Bert explained. I could see why he had been chosen spokesman. What he had to say, he said clearly in a few words. I have been paid for participation in an experiment. He hoped I would be cooperative. Lack of cooperation on my part made matters difficult for them and for myself. They were operators, the three of them. They were operators everywhere in the world, and although they were rarely seen or heard, my seeing and hearing them was, unfortunately, a necessary part of the experiment. I thought I have come upon the knowledge which other people do not have, and the knowledge is obviously dangerous to have. Others would be in equal danger if I revealed it to them. Yes, said Bert, and he looked pleased. But I hadn't spoken. I considered this for a moment. First things first. What is the nature of this experiment? Hinton smiled quietly. Didn't I tell you, he said to Bert, that it would say that first? It, Bert continued, a great operator whose name was Hadley had wanted to make an experiment of this type for the first time. The experiment consisted of selecting a person like myself, revealing the facts of the operator's world to the individual and observing the results. A guinea pig in a cage, I thought. So much for that. Second thing second, could they or couldn't they? Yes, there was no doubt, much doubt about it. They were reading my mind. I could see it in the way their eyes focused on my face, the expressions on their faces as they watched me think. Bert explained. Every thought in the mind of a person like myself was always clear to any operator who might be tuned in and consider the situation. Would I perhaps be able to think on some subcellular level and seduce this tremendous advantage they had? Nicky grinned broadly and Bert smiled gently. Bert again. No thought of my mind on any level could escape them. Operators could penetrate the minds of things at any level. Things. Hinton sighed. Things. Yes, of course. Think of the word with a capital initial if you like. It might help your ego a bit. All people like you are things to us. Things whose minds can be read, whose thoughts can be initiated, whose actions can be motivated. Does that surprise you? It goes on all the time. There is some far less free will you imagine. A thing does what some operator wants it to do, and only remains under the impression that its thoughts originate in its own mind. Actually, you have more will at this moment than most of your kind ever have. For you at least know what we are saying is coming from us, not from you. There's nothing wrong with this will, Bruce. Hinton looked at him intently. Wood dropping you, he said. I'm going to stick, Boots said. He turned and looked at Nicky. Nicky seemed distressed. There's something you must know, Nicky said, turning to me. All things are operated at all times by some operator. In recent years, both operated you. Could be, I thought, that would explain the even flow of sanity of recent years. But was the same man, logical, judicious, and excitable. Before Bud, Nikki continued, it was Hinton. Hinton, incredible. There was a sturdy air and a new shape appeared in the room. It's sharp, said Nikki. Hadley's a representative, he told Hinton. Hinton grunted. Shaw looked like an admirable little fellow. To be watched carefully, I thought. Shaw looked at me. Shaw, interesting, he said, and moved closer. Behind the far wall, a discordant hum like static rose and filled the apartment. Interference, Bud said. I expected it. Shaw looked grim. I didn't think this would be easy. Do you realize that we may get life jeopardy if we're caught? That's an outside operator. Block him off. Hinton appeared concerned, trading on the rhythm of the sound. At least a dozen of them, he said. I imagine it's the city council. The sharp static mellowed into speech, and the voices of the city council operators, a dozen vehemently, heavily experimented, flooded the apartment. I hoped some of the protest might show concern for my welfare. The protest was narrow in scope and clearly defined. Information which nothing should ever have was divulged within. But they might give the information to other things, thereby creating a hazardous situation. Actually, Shaw said loudly, this thing is very close. Damn, he whispered. I thought we bought these guys off. Anthony shook his head. I was working on a deal to get out of city first. Jeopardy is one of the council's forces. Lifelong jeopardy. A dozen voices began to talk at once. At last, Nicky came closer and sat on the edge of the bed. What you must understand, he said to me, is that jeopardy is a short sentence for an operator. When an operator is in jeopardy, he can't operate at all. He sounded as if he expected me to understand and in some way help. What is the city council? I asked him. The highest legal authority for operators in any city. They're trying to stop this experiment, and it must go on. So the operators were subject to law and authority as were things. Was this better for me or worse? I listened to the Bedtime for a while, remembered suddenly I had a piece of work. Intense finish in my office, rose, dressed, and went out. Hinton and Nikki were still with me when I reached for sleep. Concentrating was difficult, but I managed to finish the work on my desk. Hinton and Nikki talked constantly, and occasionally I looked up to see one of their clay shapes floating down the middle of the office. I turned the work over to a clerk, gave her directions for mailing it, told the manager that I was ill, and went home. The council operators had gone, but Bert and Shaw were still in the apartment. I listened carefully when Hinton discussed my fellow employees in the office. He appeared to be identifying them individually as operators or things. I thought a loud question. Yes, Bert said. Operators move about in the flesh. So far as surface appearance is concerned, operators are identical things. Nothing would be able to distinguish one from the other, but operators can distinguish them easily. An operator need only extend and contact the individual's mind. They know instantly whether he's tuned in on an operator or a thing. I scrutinized their soft, gray, fuzzy shapes. Sure, we are bodies, Nicky said. What you're looking for right now are pictures of ourselves that were projected. And where were the bodies? Close by. Nicky grinned. Don't come looking for us, though. We'd blank you out before you could reach us. Indoctrination, said Shulk, looking at his fingernails. Bert cleared his throat. The one great difference between an operator and a thing is the construction and ability of the mind. Operators are born with special brain cells known as the development. With these cells, an operator can extend and probe into the mind of a thing. He can tap the thing's mind and discover what is going on there, and even feed thoughts to the thing's mind in order to motivate it. The mental difference is one of ability, not one of quality. Operators, like things, may be stupid or intelligent, but that one difference permits the operator to rule a thing. I was dumbfounded. Why have things never become aware of all this? There are some things engaged in research along those lines, Nikki said, but I really doubt that it will make much difference if things ever do discover that they are ruled by operators. They're far too conceited ever to believe it. I was on my second cup of coffee when the council operators returned, their voices shaking in indignation. They handed down an ultimatum. Shope and company had 2 hours to clear out. As soon as they had gone, a council operator would take me off. In the silence that followed the council's departure, the faces of Hinton and Sharp turned and looked at me steadily. Whether I knew it or not, Sharp said I was in more danger from the council than I was from them. The moment they walked out, the council would return and destroy me. That's cloak and dagger stuff, I told him. Hinton sighed. At least buy some nails and hammer nail down the windows, because that's the way you're going to go. Wait until you have 20 operators from the council here working on your mind, telling you to jump. Believe me, you'll jump. So far as the council is concerned, you're a monstrosity and a source of danger, something that has to be put out of the way. I evaluated the shock, horror, and anger in the voices of council operators. Packed an overnight bag, went down to the bus depot, and bought a ticket for the nearest large city. We'll be in touch with you, Shaw told me. We'll be in the following. I wondered, would another city of council operators would interfere, and would the interference be to my advantage? There are city councils everywhere, Nikki said. There are operators everywhere. There isn't a section of the country where things aren't controlled by operators. You can't escape there, that's what you're hoping for. Besides, Hadley has a charter. What was the charter? The right to operate a thing. Hadley purchased it from your company, and until he sells it to someone else, you can depend upon it. This experiment will continue. And believe me, if any council confiscates its charter, the first thing they do is to destroy it. There had to be some way. Do you know how much chance you'll be getting out of this? He said. 1 in 300, and you'll have to be lucky. I booted, listened to Hinton and Shaw talking. Their call couldn't be too far away because their voices were coming in clear and loud. Sleeping and eating were impossible. When the bus slid into the depot, finally, and I got off, my legs wobbled. Quickly, Sharp said, take out all personal identification and destroy it. I don't have time to explain. There's great danger. Social security card, wallet card. I tore them into small pieces and threw them into a trash can and waited. While I was waiting, the floor of the depot slanted upwards. Looks like a heart attack, said a voice over my head. After a time, somebody in a white jacket was pressing something against my chest. Then I was in an ambulance. While I was in the ambulance, it turned into a hospital ward. I was walking through clouds of fog, talking and talking. A nurse bending over me called someone, and a tight little crowd of heads bent over and listened and asked questions and listened. Then I was led carefully onto an off-elevator and into a strange-looking car. A policeman sat in the back with me. We arrived at the building, and the policeman assisted me inside. A woman took me over, led me into a small office. After a while, I learned there was a site where I was. A psychiatric ward. The fog fell away, and I was suddenly alert. Damn Sharp, I thought. It didn't take him long. He's got me where I can't escape. I tried to escape the answer the woman's question sensibly, and found concentrating difficult. It hadn't been too long without sleep and food. Who was the President of the United States? I couldn't recall. What year is it? 1950-something. Where was my home? Sharp's voice came to my rescue. Los Angeles. Los Angeles, I repeated. I was certain I didn't live in Los Angeles, but where did I live? An attendant appeared, took away my possessions, gave me a cotton robe and a pair of carpet slippers, and led me to a ward. I was walking through clouds of fog, talking and talking. A nurse bending over me called someone, and a tight little crowd of heads bent over and listened and asked questions and listened. Then I was led carefully onto an off-elevator and into a strange-looking car. A policeman sat in the back with me. We arrived at the building, and the policeman assisted me inside. A woman took me over, led me into a My eyes seem to be moving independently of my mind, taking a quick inventory. The number of beds in the ward, the number of bodies in the beds, the number and texture of the attendants, location of the windows, my eyes, not my mind, though the hypodermic needle, hands of the attendant, who came towards me. The night is getting a bit cold, I'm going to get a sweater. Show piss. Don't let them give it to you. There's great danger. I objected to the hypodermic. The attendant gave me a blank look, went away, and came back with another, a female wrestler. I repeated my objection to the hypodermic. Something flared out of the eyes of the wrestler. Hate, sharp and clear, not mistaken for irritation or annoyance. My tongue went into action. Like my eyes, it seemed to be working independently. I heard myself talking softly, smoothly, rationally. My physical condition, I said, made it inadvisable for me to take sedatives. My physician had warned me this many times. If the injection was a sedative, there might be physical reaction. Be wise, therefore, to consult a doctor before giving it. The first attendant looked at me blankly and shrugged her shoulders. Defeat was unimportant. The wrestler pressed her lips together and glared. Defeat was not unimportant. The first attendant eased away. The wrestler glared. Finally departed. After that dawned, I went briefly what I had said. So far as I knew, I had no such physical condition which prevented me by taking a sedative. I consulted my watch at 2:30 in the morning. The voices of Charlotte, Hinton, and Mickey returned. News had come to them from my hometown. The council was furious that I was still alive. One of the council operators was coming to the city. His purpose continued. He had a fat chance of getting into the women's ward of the hospital I was at. He really could do it with rays from outside the building, Mickey told me. We try to keep him off until we can get him out of here. I suppose we can. So did I. I stayed awake through the night wondering if they would. By morning, I was still waiting. The bodies on the beds turned out to be a assortment of girls. They congregated in the corridor, smoking, getting lights from each other's cigarettes. I was surprised to find my own cigarette in the pocket of my robe. The matches had been confiscated. The girls moved suddenly down to the long tables at the end of the floor, and I followed them. Breakfast. I skipped food, drank as many cups of coffee as I could get. I approached a girl who was sitting on a bench smoking, asked if I might light my cigarette from hers. She looked up at me, burst into tears, bowed her head, and sobbed her sob. I remembered suddenly what it was, a mental case, poor girl. I got a light from someone else and came back to the ward to find the beds made and the attendant staring before them defiantly. I went looking for a seat, but the benches were filled. When I had to stand all day, the light faded and the floor came up slowly and gently. Big hands grabbed my ankles and shoulders and I was heaved onto a bed, face down. I turned my head so I could breathe and fell asleep. Lunch, sharp as sizzling later. Need some strength, eat everything. How did Sharp know it was lunchtime? I looked vaguely down the floor. The girls were moving towards the table. Again, I followed. Then I Netflix. I ate everything I could get my soup spoon around. Came back, lay on the bed again, fell asleep. I never dreamed, so they could be dreams. They're not, Nikki said clearly. They're blacked out movies. Portraits of the operators in full color rose before my eyes. I thought the picture of Bert was malicious. He had been painted with horns on his head. Each portrait hung in front of my eyes for a few moments, and then an invisible-looking hand holding a visible black crayon crossed out portraits, a huge X. Looking at the portraits, I fell asleep. I awoke alert and curiously aware that something was not happening. I watched the girls. They made no movement towards the tables. I sat on the side of the bed and waited and the door flew open and a nurse came in and called me. She walked to the center of the ward, folded up my name, and I rose and followed her downstairs. The sleep had refreshed me. I entered the office she pointed to, said, "How do you do?" to the doctor, and sat down. The shapes of Hinton, Shope, and Nikki shot up suddenly behind the doctor's shoulder. I ignored them and kept my eyes on the doctor's face. He had a sheaf of forms on his desk. His job apparently was to fill them out. Shope and Hinton argued. Curiously, both were in favor of erasing all information about operators from my mind. Hinton believed the blotted out process could best be achieved by blackout movies. Shope agreed with this. He was in favor of my staying in the hospital to have the movies administered. Hinton objected. So did Nicky. The doctor asked me a question and Shope threw the answer at me. I repeated it. The doctor wrote it down. His family would hear about its being here, they would, Nicky said. Exactly, Hinton said. The picture is on us. The blackout movies can be arranged anyway. The important thing is to get out of your house. The doctor asked me another question. Shope gave me the answer. I repeated it. Shope thought that the blackout movie could be great as possible was excellent. Hinton disagreed. The doctor reviewed my medical history at long length. Shope gave me the answers. The doctor finished filling out forms and examined me. He tapped my knees and scraped the holes, soles of my feet, tested my balance, took my blood pressure, and examined my heart. Shope agreed to leave. The doctor wrote something on a card and told me to give it to the nurse in my ward. In my ward. I did, collected my clothes, dressed, and walked out. Hinton, still worried about the council, advised me to get to another bus depot immediately. It hadn't been so difficult. Escaping, I thought, but it was obvious that without Shope my escape could never have been achieved. I learned that the Greyhound Bus Company was a favorite vehicle of transport for operators. Greyhound is controlled by operators, Nicky told me, and they police their buses. None of the airlines or railroad roads do, and their carriers are an outlaw state. You never know. Okay, I think we might be back now, possibly. Anyways, it had been so difficult escaping, I thought, but it was obvious that without Shope, my escape could never have been achieved. I learned that the Greyhound Bus Company was a favorite vehicle of transport for operators. Greyhound is controlled by operators, Nicky told me, and they police their buses. None of the airlines or railroads do. Their carriers are in outlaw state. You never know when some operator is going to molest a thing in your custody. The driver of a Greyhound bus is always an operator. Licensed as an operator cop, a shield. If you have a thing with you, you post the things trouble to your driver listens to it, and no other operator disturbs it. Shope complained suddenly the bus was filled with flies. And I'm not referring to flies, Shope told me. I'm referring to flies. Fly is slang for an operator who doesn't belong to an organization as we do, Nicky explained. Flies can be a nuisance, and sometimes they can be dangerous. And they should us a thing. But I don't think we have to worry about Greyhound bus. Listen, said a strange voice. It's the driver. I don't like this business, said the driver. That's risky having things sit there taking in everything you're saying. I don't think my company would care to go along that kind of business. Oh, looks like my internet is helping again. Shope explained about the experiment. you're walking on eggshells, the driver told him. What you ought to do is get a bill of resuscitation. I could feel Sharp's ears picking up. A bill of resuscitation, Sharp said, licking each word. That's an idea. Ingenious, said Nicky. I think so, Nicky, you stay in. Hendon and I are going to have a private word with Chuck. Bills of resuscitation are issued when things need to be revived, Nicky told me. A thing has to be pretty far gone before an operator can get a bill issued, but Sharp may be able to manage it. With a bill like this in his pocket, Sharp would be safe with most city councils. He'll be able to justify the expense as necessary to revive a dead thing. Sharp came back. The driver is going to wire his office at the next stop. He thinks we'll get the bill. It's a wonderful break for us. Operating under the bill's authority, we'll even get to California without interference. Apparently, Hadley's organization was in California, and the boys were getting me there as fast as they could. Obviously, California was the most dangerous place I could go. When Sharp announced late that night the bill of resuscitation had been issued, I made my decision. When we arrived in Chicago, despite all Sharp's protests, I headed south for New Orleans on a plane. The flies on the train tuned in, cut off Sharp, Hendon, and Nicky, and immediately began to play the game. The first step in the game was the selection of the subject around which the game would revolve. A large board appeared in front of my eyes with a list of items printed on it. The first item I noticed was sudden death. So this of the game is different than the game you might all know, which we've all lost collectively. Let's continue. Skip that, said one of the flies. Let's stick to the subject this thing is concerned with. You might get highly artificial responses. Otherwise, this is a thing that is forced to listen to operators. Let's take operators as the subject. One of the flies was appointed adjudicator, and the game began. The first fly talked to me. Did I realize that for the rest of my life I would be living this kind of existence? I would never again live a normal life instead. For the rest of my days, I would be forced to sit and listen to the operators talk. I would have not life, but the operators' conversations. The idea struck me like a blow. I could feel my heart jump. Are you heating it up? Asked the adjudicator, who seemed outside exercising the duties of scorekeeper and referee. Yes, said the first fly. Isn't it permitted? There's some hard action, said the adjudicator. Decrease the heat 10 points and don't go above that. I'm through anyway. I got my reaction. The second fly came in. Did I have any idea what would happen to me when I reached Hadley? I've seen a herd of animals in experiment laboratories, cut and tortured while conscious, as some doctor could observe and learn. This would be the same thing, except I would be the animal. It's the same thing right now, I shot back at him. That's what you're doing. You didn't get very far, said the adjudicator. You're out. The third fly came in. Did I know that Hadley had a cage full of freaks in his laboratory, an entire block full of things upon which he experimented? Hadley was famous from coast to coast for his experiments. There was a woman who had been convinced that she was an apostle of the sun, and who thought she died every night with the sun out. She had used her delusions to start a new religion among pigs, and had made quite a bit of money out of it. I made money out of what lay ahead of me, too, but I might have to look at gorillas crawling around my room day and night. My skin was tingling, the mad scientist I thought sounded, and laughed. The fly got into the ball. The game came to its close, finally. The adjudicator announced the winner, and the winning fly scooped up the pot of points to which each fly had contributed. The game was clear enough. Each fly had tripped his drop of poison, obtained an emotional reaction of me. The one who had aroused in me the greatest fear, I noticed, was the one who had won. It's not usually done this way, one of the flies told me, while the points were being put up before they pop. Ordinarily, the things can't hear us, although we can see ideas check anyway, but your mind is wide open, which is why you can hear us talk. The game continued. I tried to build up an emotional rigor against the impact of what I heard, but it was hours before I even managed to achieve a surface impassiveness. The game went on and on through the night. By the the time the train reached New Orleans, I was ready to throw myself into the river. Hinton, Sharp, and me caught up to me in the bagger. For your sake and ours, Hinton advised me, skip the buses. Its heart is going like fury, said Mickey. Let's get to a hotel, fast. At the hotel, I got my clothes off and fell into bed. Poor sedation, said Sharp. You'll have to be knocked out for 4 hours. I fell asleep and awoke 17 hours later. I intended staying in New Orleans for a time, but the rain was falling dismally. The city was chilly and damp, and I had developed a racking cough. I decided to get into sunnier country via a Greyhound bus. I bought a ticket to a town in Texas and tried to plan my escape. I would have to get away from the boys somehow, and hope that somewhere I would find an operator who would close my mind. Are you tuned in on this thing? Nikki asked Sharp and Hinton. We're taking good care of you until you push me. You don't even realize it. Gorillas, said Hinton, and grunted. You just trained your head, Nikki told me. We wanted to find out what those flies that we're talking about in training. We get a full count of everything you've heard, thought, and seen. Those flies were a pack of dogs. And now's the time for me to eat some chocolates. I'll let it out of my mouth. About 2.5 city blocks. Not all operators can extend that far. Oh yeah, over what distance can an operator influence the mind of a thing? About 2.5 city blocks. Though some of them can extend 20 feet. It all depends upon the size and quality of the individual operators in battlement. If I could get a 2-block distance from all operators, I thought my mind would be peace and my heel enclosed. Obviously, the operators had opened my mind wide, so that any operator could tune in. I needed to clear out my family's money. If I went home, and drop what money I had in the bank, and buy a small house with a lot of land around it. And without operators to influence me, my mind might close in time. Also, I thought, without operators to influence me, I might discover what I was really like. I could see why I might have been two very different people during the years Booth and Hinton had operated me. People lived out in their lifetimes, I reflected, taking strange actions. Their actions were motivated by some operator. The game I seem to have played with the trade was a whole kind of sport with a pair and the relationship between operators and things. There were even more vicious elements than the game. Things could be motivated into horrible actions or hopeless reasons. Sure, Nicky said suddenly, if anyone operator who put a gun in this thing's hand and sent it to kill some operator he hated. Of course, stuff like that you can't get away with. The operator got life jeopardy and could never operate again. Such laws as operators were subject to, but obviously didn't mean protect operators. Nowhere was there compassion or sense of responsibility for things. Are you shocked because things are exploited? You wanted to know. Doesn't your own kind exploit every form of life you can exploit? There's nothing more ruthless than a thing. You're in no position to criticize. I should think operators feel towards things at least the way that things feel towards dogs. That's about it, said Nicky. But that's not it. Apparently nature developed two species of men. One could help and benefit the other instead. One exploits the other without compassion. Shaw got into the conversation. Why are you overlooking sad thinking he influenced chiefly because of his desire for money and power? Operators' security and self-esteem revolve operators' points, just so that things revolve around money. With sufficient points, an operator can do anything in an operator's role. It can be a great power. It can own an organization, but it shows hundreds of things. It can be safe from other operators. How does that make it more despicable than a thing? The hell of it is, operators think are motivated by similar desires. We're both in the suit, operators and things alike. I could rent a little house somewhere with a great deal of land about it, I speculated. I might get beyond the reach of the operators. I returned home to my hometown, drew out the money I had in the bank, and despite the boys' glum promises, took a bus north. In the sparsely inhabited section of a sparsely inhabited state, I went looking for a cabin. A real estate agent immediately brought me to a mountain cabin, told me how wonderful mountain air was, and left me there. Indians, and said that I had taken a walk around. My God, actual Indians. Now, they're talking about Native American Indians here, not Indians from India. In literature, this only began to be a distinction in more contemporary times, instead of when the book was written, which is the 1950s. The boys I discovered, to my disappointment, were still with me. I wondered where they were and decided that they had managed to find refuge in one of the little shacks set up like cottage, which were inhabited by Spanish-speaking Mexican Indian families. My cabin, I discovered, was not nearly as isolated as it appeared to be. I just realized dipping my chocolate bars Hershey into my lemon slice is great. That's a great taste. Besides the little shacks, which were completely hidden among trees, there were dozens of large cabins close by. One of them a stone's throw away from my home. I took long daily walks, hoping to get beyond the range of voices shut after me were violent. Sharp seizing sharp scope and determined to find. We can extend 4 miles. I walked daily to the combination post office, grocery, and variety store that lay about a mile north of my cabin to buy groceries and to chat with the postmaster's family. Wonderful fresh air up here, said Nicky. I might gain some weight. A really healthy place to live. But Hinton and Shaw battled and constantly to move on. Indians, Hinton kept saying. Actual Indians. I had been in the cabin for a month, and I decided, prompted by the postmaster, to walk 3 miles to the highway and take the bus to town. I make the trip once a month myself, postmaster. I afterward remembered you should travel with a gun, told me. I realized how lucky I am to be up in the mountains every time I get back. I arrived at town only one afternoon, walked around, and right back to the bus station. Discovered the bus I had planned to take, I would discontinue for a couple of days, and that I would have to wait 3 hours for the next one. I went for a walk and Hinton urged me to go to the drugstore to buy a flashlight, a request that seemed absurd, but I finally made the purchase. By the time the next bus had deposited me on the south of the mountains, I understood Hinton's desire for a flashlight. Night had fallen, and the 3-mile hike before me was over a road almost hidden in the trees. I snapped on the flash and started walking, listening to the boys' chat, and listening also to the little sounds that came out of the forest. Chirps, grunts, yips, slight scurrying, the crack of twigs breaking. I was almost home, and you could see my cabin along the road, just beyond another cabin which housed a Spanish-speaking man and his wife, which was fronted by a spacious yard in which lived 7 yapping dogs. The boys were discussing Indians and possible exploitation of them by operators at some time in the future when Nicky suddenly materialized beside me, his pleasant face smiling. It had been a good while since I had seen any of the operators, and I was somewhat surprised. Quick, Nicky said, shine your flash down on the dogs. If it had been Shaw or Hinton, I might have argued, because it was pleasant. Kind Nicky. I raised my flash and waved it about until the light fell on the dogs. They exploded in shrill, yappy barks. Now quickly, said Nicky, turn around and shine it back on the road. I did, and something as great big as a Great Dane was on the road, not too far behind me, eyes shining with a peculiar metallic light. Shine it right in its face and move it up and down. I jiggled the flash and the light went up and down over the shining eyes. The eyes were turned on suddenly, and something that looked as big as the back of a bull went into the forest. On the dogs again, and run. I went down the road, running like a jackrabbit. My flash on dogs. The dogs yelling fiercely, they tried to tear down the fence. Before I reached up and smashed speaking men. I come out into the yard and was speaking Spanish like an express train. I stopped running, got my breath, and said I'm terribly sorry. The Spanish speaking waved his head from side to side. Dogs yelped and yelled. I went back to my cabin, thinking the analyze. Nicky suddenly reminded me to pick some little white flowers and go outside the cabin. I picked some and brought them indoors and put them in the water and listened to Nicky talk about flowers. And after a while, I forgot the yellow eyes and went to bed. The next morning, Sharp announced that it was absolutely imperative that we move on. And this time Nicky agreed with him, pointing out to me the water supply was inadequate. I could only take a bath once a week. We'd probably have germs all over me shortly. Nicky pointed out that my purpose in staying in the mountains was to escape them. It was obvious that I wasn't going to succeed. I agreed that there didn't seem to be much point in us staying. The next morning I had a neighbor drive me to town. At breakfast the next morning, he said that he had received communication from my ex-company, complaining that I was a top-grade horse that was being ruined. I think his use of the company is as a horse or a bronco, depending on his temperament, Nicky explained to me. Horses are things that steal and bully, but never do anything to resolve their problems. Horses are wonderful for the game. Broncos are a different type entirely. They never settle on brooding. When trouble comes, they kick the videos, plunge right in, and settle the business one way or another. You were a bronco before Bert got hold of you. Bert changed you into a horse. The experiment isn't exactly being conducted for your benefit, but one benefit you get from it is that it will change you back to a bronco. I was musing over this when the boys got into a discussion about flies. You're going to have trouble with them constantly, Sharp said. Even on buses, the thing to do is to get to California quick. We might go by way of Canada, Nicky suggested. I don't think they permit flies too much liberty up there. A very intelligent suggestion, Nicky said wryly. Especially as we don't have licenses to operate in Canada. Was enough for me. I made before a telephone booth, called the airport, and tuned in the next plane up in Canada. Oh God. Well, Sharp said, you boarding plane this thing had got into is taking 3 of us just to keep up with it. A few hours later, accompanied by the boys, I was on a plane bound for Canada. How it all happened? I had a shake in the wall. Its head is wide open, said the voice. There isn't an inch of protection. Or any kind outside. No shaft, no board, no cover. Austin seems to be aware of everything we're saying. His head is open, said another voice, and it's all loose. I'm picking it up. Whatever disadvantages of the draw flies that you always need draw bait. Pick it up when it gets off the plane, said Operator 1. Are you sure I have information about operators? I'm training it like mad, said Operator 2. There's a level of information about operators. Well, how did it ever get such data? I'm operating it for the first time. Being, said Operator 1. His voice rose. Ladies and gentlemen, I have with me one of the, not sure if this is counted as a slur on YouTube, so I'm not going to say it, things you've ever seen and knows about operators. Dear God, said a woman's voice, who owns it? We're operating it for the time being. Any of you may comment and explore for 15 points. You can probe and journey, but you can't look. A dozen or so voices came in one by one, paid their points, asked me questions, all of which I ignored. Now, said Operator 2, who wants to play the game? 20 points for the play. The operators were lining up for the game, and the stewardess announced suddenly the play will end shortly. The draw fly aside. At any rate, we made 200 points. Not bad. This thing's a gold one. I'm going to stick to its heels. But at the airport, I got into a cab. Went to the bus depot and escaped. I headed for Northern City, Canada. I was taken over immediately by a Canadian draw fly, who showed me up and sold me to another draw fly. When I had a chance to change buses again, I headed back to the United States and immediately fell into the net of the vicious Duane. He's a good guy in some ways, the woman told me. But he hates things. I'll do what I can for you. That won't be much. If you get the chance, make a break for it. His name was Duane, and the woman was his wife. As soon as they came into my life, my head began to ache fiercely. I settled down into the bus and gritted my teeth, but my quiet fortitude disappeared in a spasm of fright when I learned that the pain was caused by Duane. He's trying to destroy the brain cells you use in reasoning, his wife told me. To her husband she cried, "Stop it, for God's sake. You get a quarter-inch chiseled off by the left side already. If you keep it up, you'll finish with an imbecile." Not if I could help it. By the first stop and got off the bus and made for a hotel. Get it to bed and call a doctor, Mr. advised. And don't waste time. Chiseling is dangerous. I selected a doctor's name from the phone book, called him, and went to bed. The doctor arrived, examined me, and ordered me to a hospital immediately. "I'll take you in my car," he told me. "What has happened to my head?" "Your head?" He looked at me oddly. "You have pneumonia. I'll wait for you downstairs." An hour later, I was hospitalized. I slept for long periods. I woke to hear the Duranes scrapping with each other, and fell asleep listening to them. Either they were in a nearby hotel, I decided, or were parked in a car outside the hospital. A week later, I was considerably improved, and I realized, as I mused over my state of affairs, that the operator's game could be of benefit to me. The Duranes have been trying to recruit players among the patients. Among the patients? I had already found operators who dislike the Duranes enough to want me to get away from them. "You're loose," said one of the operators, who identified himself as a man recuperating from a appendectomy. "There are certain rules which can be enforced with loose things in this state. Whoever wins a loose thing in the game obtains the thing for a period of 24 hours. We're going to try to win you, and if we do, we'll give you a rest." As the winner in the game was the operator who could get the greatest emotional reaction from the thing. The terrorizing Durang could have won easily every time. However, by controlling my own reactions, I was in a good position to determine the winner of each game. To Durain's deep disgust, other operators won me day after day. A pair of kitchen workers warned me and urged me to write letters to my friends. "We'll help you phrase them," one of the women said. "If your friends are operators, they'll be able to decode the letters and learn what's really happening to you." I wrote the letters just as the operators dictated them, and although I scanned them closely for indications of a code, I could find none. The letters seemed to be no more than cheerful accounts of the places I had seen and the good times I was having. In almost every one of them I wrote, "I finally managed to get away from the grind for a long rest. It's everyone's dream, but I really never expected to make it come true." I left the hospital reluctantly. When I stepped out the door, the Duranes were waiting for me. So was a shield, an operator cop for the Washington State Council. The shield informed me that he was there to protect me until I had passed the state line. I attributed his presence to the interference of the operators of the hospital, and I was tempted to circuit around the state on buses indefinitely. Once we had left Washington, the Duranes got busy and recruited flies for the game. Headaches, which I attributed to Durane, plagued me again. I was less concerned with the pain than I was with the damage he might be doing to my head. I arrived in Butte, Montana, where Durane got into the game with an operator who said his name was Don and that he belonged to an organization called the Lumberjacks. He appeared to be distressed at my predicament, and when he learned that the experiment had been authorized by a bill of resuscitation issued by Greyhound, he became excited and left. About an hour later, while I was brushing my teeth in a hotel room, a picture of 5 men and 2 women, each dressed in a red and black plaid jacket, flashed in front of my eyes. "Who are they?" asked Mr. Durant. "A crew of operators from Don's organization," said her husband. "I can't seem to contact them, although they're sending in their pictures clearly enough. Extend and see what you get." After a moment, a voice said, "We're from the Lumberjacks. We want in." "I'll pick you up in the lobby," Durant said. "I can't give you my room number, or this thing might plant a bomb in it." He came back with the Lumberjacks in tow. The Lumberjacks wanted to purchase me and offered 200 points. Durant argued over price. In the middle of the discussion, I fell asleep and awoke to hear a babble of voices in my ears. "Listen," said one of the voices, "it's awake. Whether we ask for an adjudication here or in Salt Lake is something we can't decide now anyway. One thing is for sure, we won't get anywhere unless we coach this thing so that it knows what to do." Another voice took it from there. "We think this bill of resuscitation is lousy," he told me. "It's just the kind of thing Greyhound would pull. They've got too damn much power. We've been trying to put a crimp in them for a long time, and we never had a better chance than with this bill they issue for you. We're going to take up your case and fight it for you." No operator had ever said anything more pleasant since operators had started talking to me. I expressed my appreciation and asked what I could do to help. "You can do your bit when the time comes," the lumberjack went on. "We took a drain on you and got most of your story. Now listen, the Lumberjacks, an organization of over 100 operators, intended presenting a petition to the state council requesting an adjudication. The operators' legal trial where they plan to protest the issuance of a bill which they consider dangerous." "Could they also contend," I asked, "that I did not need resuscitation?" "That's risky," the lumberjack told me. "Bills of resuscitation are issued only when the thing is almost dead. Whether or not you reach that stage is something we can't prove. If you claim you didn't need resuscitation, Greyhound may claim you did, and the adjudicator might hold up the decision for months while he looked into your past." It occurred to me that power and prestige were important weapons in the world of operators, and that Greyhound might be an organization difficult to defeat. "You're saying a mouthful," said the lumberjack, "and we don't expect to win easily. We're asking for the adjudication for next Sunday, but we don't know which state to request it in. Utah seems best. In Salt Lake, they're strict about operating, and we think they will put an end to that bill in a hurry. I was delighted. Of course, the lumberjack went on. The Mormons might put an end to you, too, but that's a chance you'll have to take. I could see that the Mormon operators, even though they might disapprove of Hadley's experiment, would probably also disapprove of a thing with a head full of knowledge concerning operators. I weighed the situation, decided that I had a dubious chance of remaining in the land of the living in any case, and decided to give the lumberjacks a chance. The Greyhound Depot was crowded when we arrived at Salt Lake. We certainly drew an audience, the lumberjacks leader told me. The trial was set for noon. Check into a hotel and come back. I was back in the depot at 12. The adjudication opened with a speech from the lumberjacks lawyer, one which sketched in the background of the case, which developed the following argument. If this experiment were permitted, no other similar experiment could be refused. Should a sufficient number of things be permitted to obtain similar information, the world might soon be filled with things whose knowledge would endanger the very basis of the world of operators and things. I was uneasy. Undoubtedly, the lumberjack's attorney's attack was surefire, but it ruined my chance of survival as surely as if he had written a death warrant for me. Greyhound's attorney made a poor showing. When the request for a bill of resuscitation had been made, he said the facts of the experiment had not been made clear. Greyhound had granted this bill, believing that a much more innocent experiment had been intended. I dreaded the adjudicator's question. How much has this thing already learned about operators? The answer to which might well seal my fate, but the question never materialized. Then training you all the time, one of the lumberjacks hissed into my ear. Sit back and relax. Everything is wonderful. The lumberjack's lawyer followed Greyhound's statement with a withering comment on the bus company's inefficient and slipshod method of granting bills, and requested that the company be deprived of its privilege of granting any type of document until an official investigation has been made into their practices. Before he had finished his speech, I was wondering if I wouldn't be in more danger from Greyhound before the adjudication was over than I would be from the adjudicator. At 3 o'clock, the adjudication was recessed until the following morning, and I returned to the hotel. The lumberjacks ordered a case of scotch to celebrate and became uproariously drunk. An operator representing the hotel complained about the noise, and one of the lumberjacks immediately stoned him. Stoning, I discovered, was a mental process by which one operator could put another out of commission temporarily. Several hotel operators appeared on scene and stoned 2 of the lumberjacks. The stoning party went on for hours. By midnight, most of the lumberjacks were too weak from stoning to remain tuned in on me, and I was left with only the voices of the lumberjacks leader and one of his assistants. In the comparative quiet, I reviewed my situation, decided that it was precarious, phoned Western Airlines, determined when I could get the first plane out the following morning, and went to sleep. I awoke the next day to discover that the adjudication had been resumed and concluded that morning. and that the bill of resuscitation had been revoked. What's more, the lumberjack's leader told me, we got you off rather neatly. The adjudicator was horrified when he heard about Hadley's freak collection, and he's afraid that the collection may contain other things like you. We promised him that we'd go with you to California and fight your freak status to the end. Only the lumberjack's leader and an assistant named Boss accompanied me. I flew to San Francisco and took a bus, not Greyhound, to the city which had been identified as the location of Hadley's organization, and checked into a hotel while the lumberjacks contacted Hadley's organization. Almost immediately, Nicky's voice joined those of the lumberjacks. He was startled at the course which events had taken and hustled away to report to Hadley. Boss also hurried off to file a petition for a new adjudication. Nicky returned quickly. So as long as you're going to stay here for a while, he said, you might as well rent a furnished apartment. This seemed sensible, and I walked down the block he indicated and turned into a building which advertised furnished apartments. No sooner had I moved in than I discovered I was only a few steps from the building in which Hadley's organization was located, and that the street I was on housed Hadley's freak collection. Only the assurances of the lumberjacks prevented me from moving out a few minutes after I had moved in. The operators from Hadley's organization tuned in, and meeting them took most of the afternoon. Finding them surprisingly good-natured, I relaxed considerably, and before the day was over, I was talking to them freely. Sharp and Hinton, I learned, were out of town on organization business, and the great Hadley was hiding from the California State Council, which was threatening him with jeopardy because of his freak collection. The situation, on the whole, was promising. The next day, I received additional good news. Hadley, sentenced to jeopardy for a year, had fled, and the organization was temporarily under the leadership of the Duck, an easygoing operator with a sense of humor and a generally bending attitude towards things. The operators in Hadley's organization, I learned, were known locally as the Western Boys, and were held in considerable fear by other local operators. Despite their reputation, I found the Western Boys likable. They buzzed in and out, questioned me at great length concerning my reactions to the world of operators, and appeared to be amused at my responses. One of them, an operator named Winkle, named me this one. Come in and listen to this one, he'd say, whenever he got me into a discussion. It's something off again. It was Winkle who decided up an attitude with the result of my being a natural bronco. A horse would worry itself sick, he said. Broncos never do. Give a bronco something it should worry about, and instead it kicks you in the teeth. Not entirely, Nicky told him. This one was a natural Bronco, and it's gradually getting back to its original personality. But also, there's been an anchor in this one ever since the experiment started. To me, he explained, an anchor is something like a permanent sedative. It quiets your nerves. With an anchor in, all of your emotional responses are kept low key. Considering I would have to stay where I was for a time, I was relieved that the emotional environment surrounding me was so favorable. Hadley's operators were fun and might even be persuaded, I thought, to assist the lumberjacks in freeing me. That night, when I was getting ready for bed, the only operator with me suddenly disappeared. A few seconds later, a feminine voice started to whisper to my ear. I'm not a member of Hadley's organization. I just live in the building. You can call me Grandma. Everyone does. You mustn't worry. We have some very nice people in this building, and they're trying to keep an eye on you. I'll drop in whenever I can and see how you're doing. Her voice faded away, and I fell asleep, comparatively serene. Before the week was over, an operator named Crane purchased the Western voice from Hadley. He's a bastard, one of the operators told me, but we'll protect you as much as we can. Crane tuned in early one morning when I was. He also projected a picture of himself, a somewhat reckless action, I thought, inasmuch as he was living a few doors away. Projecting the picture, I decided, was a scare tactic. He was a mountain of a man with a square, cruel face. I eyed him with the same fishy-eyed detachment with which he eyed me. Hmm? How do I remove the hot boys and girls from the message? I hope that worked. Anyways, it's a damn inconvenience, he roared, and it was a moment before I realized that the it he was referring to was myself. The opening gambit confused me momentarily, but I gathered my wits together and reminded him that the same fate which had overcome the great alley might also await him. It's too damn impertinent, he bellowed. Dramatize it. His picture and voice abruptly disappeared. I enjoyed listening to you, telling him off, an operator named Wimp told me. I'd like to do it myself, but you'd have done better if you had kept your mouth shut. Dramatizing won't do you any good. Nicky seemed heartbroken. I suppose we have to do it, but I don't want to. Heaven knows how you'll turn out when you're dramatized. I was apprehensive. What was dramatizing? It's a process by which most of a thing's lattice work is removed, and new lattice work is allowed to grow in, Nicky told me. Lattice work is the growth in your mind which stores your habit patterns. It's called lattice work because it looks something like the wooden lattices they used to support rose bushes. Once latticework is removed, new latticework will grow in quickly, but it may be a very different kind of growth. The kind of habits you develop will depend on the operators working on you while it's growing in. Wimp agreed. With the crew we've got in this outfit, you may turn out to be quite a kid, and then again you may turn out as nutty as a fruitcake. Let's take out only a very small section of latticework, an operator named Riggs suggested. Crane may be satisfied. Wimp had the best suggestion. Get the duck. The duck was delighted with the story of my interview with Crane. I like this one, as it is, he said. Leave its latticework alone. I'll talk Crane out of the dramatizing idea. Nicky was greatly relieved. Crane might even have decided to make a complete dummy out of you, he told me, and that would have been a headache for us. To make a complete dummy, you have to remove all of the latticework and continue to scrape away new growth as fast as it grows in. A dummy is entirely at the mercy of its operator and has to be reminded of everything. Baths, brushing its teeth, eating. You almost have to breathe for it. I was horrified. Why would an operator want to make a dummy out of a thing? While operators use dummies as hat racks, Nicky explained. Most of the great comic entertainers are dummies. Bob Hope, for instance. When an entertainer like Hope is performing, he's merely giving out what some operator is stimulating him to do. There's no latticework to interfere with the receiving of the stimuli. In certain situations, a dummy can be quite an asset to a clever operator. It's something like having a puppet on a string. I was still uneasy. If some operators started to dramatize me, would I be aware of what was happening? No, Nicky told me. Scalloping out latticework is painless. Of course, an operator who inspected your head afterward would see that you had been scalloped, and you realize that something had happened to you too. It can be pretty foggy, but don't worry, the duck will protect you. When I awoke the next day, I was conscious of a sharp pain in the back of my neck, positive that I had been scalloped. I called frantically for Nicky and the duck. Both tuned in instantly. Nobody's doing anything to you, Nicky said. I think you've got a rheumatic pain of some kind. Maybe you should invest in a heating pad. Or a bottle of scotch, said the duck. A minute after their voices drifted away, Grandma was whispering into my ear. They're idiots, she said. You want to go to a doctor. There's something definitely wrong with your neck. I located a doctor early in the afternoon. Webb came with me and told me the doctor was an operator. What's more, Webb said, he's quite an important operator with a great deal of power. He may do you a lot of good. It's starting to get hot. I'll take off my sweater. I was surprised to find the doctor pleasant and cheerful. He diagnosed my ailment as an infected mastoid. It's a good thing you got it in time, he told me. An infected mastoid can be very troublesome if neglected. I came home grateful for Grandma's protective and sympathetic busybody. The Weston boys left me alone frequently, and some of the operators in the building made it a practice to drop in on some occasions. From then I learned a great deal about Rita, the goddess of the Sun Temple, and Hadley's most famous freak. One afternoon, I even sat in on a workout arranged for Rita. Rita was always a nice thing, Brownie, one of the housewives in the building, was telling me. but unfortunately inclined to drink heavily. Rita's husband is an operator. He turned over Rita's charge to Hadley, hoping that Hadley could straighten Rita out. Hadley said the reason he flooded Rita's room with pictures of the sun god was to frighten Rita into sobriety. And of course, when you try to pin Hadley down, he always could think of some well-intentioned motive for creating any freak. As soon as Rita saw the sun god island, she fell down on her knees. Soon, she had built an altar in her living room, and before long, there were a dozen women in there with her, paying homage to the sun god. When the congregation got a big lunch for the living room, Rita moved the altar to the garage. Rita's husband was furious at Hadley's therapy, but Hadley refused to return the charge. I was listening intently when a strange voice came in. Brownie, are you with this one? Sally, come in, as only Vera and I. Listen, said Sally. Cameron, Jocko, and the spider are going to have a workout on Vita at 4 o'clock. There's a latch into this yours apartment from Craig's apartment, and if we can find it and tune in, we might be able to hear. I can arrange it, Brownie told her. This one, sit in the living room on the sofa. That's what the latch is. You'll be tuned in on Crane's room. We can tune in on you and know what's going on. I wanted to know about the latch. It's a listening beat, Vera told me. It's done mentally. And most operators keep the latch in on a thing when the thing is asleep, but Crane's boys do it with equipment. That's why the boys usually tell you to sit on the sofa. And that way they can talk to you without having to extend. At 4 o'clock I was sitting on the sofa. Pictures of 3 unfamiliar faces flashed before my face. One of them was swarthy and malbone. That's the spider, Brownie said. There was, I noticed, beneath his dark evil face a bright bow tie. That's what I want to know, said Vera, is why the workout. Rita's having doubts again, Sally told her. It's a damn shame. If they left Rita alone, Rita would snap out of that sun god business right away. But just as soon as Rita gets doubts, they woke it up again. The woman could hear and see a great deal more than I could. Brownie had to keep me informed on the activity. I continued to see the men's faces, however, and I noticed they seemed to be standing near a window. Rita lives in the house across the street from Crane, and they're working on Rita through the window, Brownie told me. By the rules, as soon as the thing starts having doubts about some delusion which an operator has successfully rejected, and has been given a fair chance to throw the delusion off, a workout is arranged, and the thing is given an opportunity to be persuaded either way. In this workout, the spider is going to try to convince Rita that there really is a sun god, and Cameron is going to try to convince Rita that the whole business is just a delusion. I don't know what Jocko is doing. He's keeping score, Sally said. Maybe Rita's husband complained to the city council, and the council ordered that an official score be sent to them. Can you see Rita's husband any? Vera asked. No, Sally said, but you can bet he's on another latch somewhere. Let's keep quiet. I want to get into their techniques. I understand the spider is very clever. I heard comments from Brownie and her friends, but I could hear nothing of the workout. Brownie said finally, well, that's that. Cameron was trying to convince Rita how absurd it was to think that a sun god would single her out in communication. Rita was feeling quite humble, and Cameron almost had it over the line. Then the spider came in and told Rita that the sun god had to have some mortal to reestablish him, and that Rita should feel grateful and humble to be so honored. Rita just carried over the feeling of humility into the channel. Well, it's a change, anyway. Instead of being vain about the honor of tending the temple, Rita feels humble about it. Poor thing, Sally said. When does Rita's husband get the children back? Not for 6 months, Vera said. He'll probably cure it of that nonsense right away, and then it will start drinking again. I don't know why he sticks to that thing. Because of the children, Sally said. I never approved of operators marrying things for that reason. You never know where your children are going to be, for one thing. And even when they're things, you're fond of them because they're yours. And if you're married to a thing whom your children like, and he turns out to be a lout, there you are, stuck. Crane's latch, I've noticed, if it ran straight through Crane's building to my sofa, also ran right down the middle of my bed. Wonder they can hear me if I am awake in the night, I thought. You'd have someone on that listening beam all night to make sure I don't run away. I had a detached feeling about the goddess of the Sun Temple, but concerning another of Hadley's experiments, I was furious. The Costello girl was 15 and highly introverted. Hadley had wanted a chowder one night in the game, and he had tuned her into a monstrosity worthy of his collection. He had used the English language to accomplish the feat, a bit of touch as the girl had apparently spent most of her time reading. Hadley convinced the girl that this planet is really purgatory, Brownie told me. Oh yeah, someone in chat mentioned a comment about purgatory. Well, now it's topical, 42 pages later. And that it was populated with souls working their way to heaven. All the misfortunes that befell people, he convinced it, were cleansing fires which wiped out immature traits in their makeup. After he laid this framework, he convinced it that newspapers and books contained code messages from devil to devil. This was their method of communicating with each other. I don't know why saying the word devil makes me want to burp. Words like he rammed a simple code language into its head. I have the code around somewhere. Words like small, little child, and animal were supposed to refer to souls. Words like anglers and fishermen were supposed to refer to devils. Words with a hard I sound like fire and I refer to the torments incited by the devils. I'm beginning to think Hadley has a religious complex himself, I said. Well, Brownie told me, it's one of the best subjects to use in planting delusions. Anyway, this Costello kid is really nuts by this time. Mrs. Costello is frantic and has been to the city council. Of course, Hadley claims he was trying to straighten out the girl, but there are many neurotic adolescents. Most of them get straightened out before they grow up. How could Hadley do a thing like that to a young girl? Brownie agreed sympathetically. Since Hadley left, Mrs. Costello has been pouring sedation into the kid and letting it rest because it's really on the verge of a mental breakdown. And in the future, she became a VTuber, and then heroin. I discussed the Costello girl with Nikki. How did you hear about that, you want to know? That flock of heads in the building, I suppose. I want to warn you of something. There's a shield on this beat named Brannigan. He's friendly with Mrs. Costello, and he's been trying to persuade Craig to return the girl's charter to her. In addition, I think we he's petitioned for an adjudication to enforce the return of the charter. We think that he'll cite you as an example of what Craig may finally do to the Costello girl. You'll have Brannigan snooping around here, and you'd better be cautious with him. One evening, Mrs. Costello brought Brannigan to talk to me. Brannigan impressed me as a hard-headed, but good guy to have in one's corner. I was even more faithfully impressed with Mrs. Costello. There was a fineness and sensitivity about her that was rare among operators, and the grief of her daughter moved me tremendously. I told Brannigan most of my story, omitting all mention of the lumberjacks. I tried to impress him with the fact that my own life was in jeopardy, and that while I was anxious to be free of my experimental status, I wasn't anxious to be killed by the council because of my knowledge of operators. Brannigan snorted. Who told you that? Any operator can induce amnesia and destroy your memories at any time he chooses. Don't let the Western boys kid you. They're not worried about your life. They're worried about themselves. At that, you don't know as much about operators as you think you do. You're familiar with some of their techniques, but you don't even know a fraction of those. The main thing is that you've never gone around discussing what you do with other things, and that will impress the council. That evening, the lumberjack operator, boss, came in to tell me that my adjudication had been postponed. The adjudicator had asked for a full bill of particulars concerning me, and the lumberjacks felt that it would take the council a month to gather the necessary information about me. Where will they get this information? From operators you need, and from the company you book for, boss said. Our attorney advises that you send in your resignation to your company right away. They're going to be on the hook, and they're likely to give you a good report of you if you're not on their books. A status which will embarrass them considering the nature of this experiment. That evening I sent an official resignation to my company. I felt sad about it because I had planned to return. I came home to find Hinton's voice waiting for me. Thank God, he said. You finally got that place out of your future. I remembered Bert, and for a moment I wished that I might be able to see Hinton's head. I would have thrown something at it. Sophisticated is coming back, Nicky told me. He's expected tonight. You'll like him. He used to be a member of our organization, but he couldn't get a lot of Hadley. The spider admires him tremendously and asked him to return as soon as Hadley left. I was doubtful about anyone the spider would admire and decided to warm up to sophisticated by slow and careful stages. But I found him to be such an attractive personality that I capitulated immediately. On the night of his arrival, Sophisticated came in to talk to me, and most of the boys came with him. In answer to his questions, I told him how I felt about being a guinea pig in a cage, and went into details concerning the leanness of my pocketbook and the injustice of my having to finance the experiment myself. Another difficulty, I said, is that I'm not only living in a cage, I'm living in a crooked cage. This experiment is more difficult for me than the operators realized. It forces me to live in a double world. It's like having a magic mirror through which I'm observing what's happening on the moon while I'm going about the business of living on the Earth. Sophisticated responded by drawing a series of cartoons about a guinea pig in a cage. A picture of a guinea pig standing on its hind legs, arguing with white-jacketed doctors. A picture of a guinea pig huddled in a corner of its cage, counting its pennies and complaining, and I have to feed myself. The cartoons were cleverly drawn, and the guinea pig was sketched as an appealing animal. Well, I thought, I seem to amuse sophisticated as much as I do the other operators, and considering the circumstances, that's as good an impression as I could hope to make. About my personal situation, Sophisticated was completely detached. The cage locks you in, he told me, but it also locks you out. In having to tolerate the operators, you are free of the necessity of having to tolerate things. You have gained a great deal without appreciating it. The difficulty is that your temperament does not tend to be philosophic, but instead is entirely engrossed with immediate problems. You need to develop perspective. What I really don't understand about the choice of someone like you for an experiment of this type is that your temperament is the worst kind I can imagine for the purpose. But this one is typical of American things, Nikki told him. That was one of the chief reasons Hadley decided to use it. Another factor is that it normally keeps his business to itself, and we didn't have to worry about its blabbing about this experiment and other things. This one may be typical of the American personality that tends to use will factors and to take action on such problems as it gets onto. But don't tell me that Hadley was primarily interested in knowing how American things would react to the knowledge that operators controlled them. It was one of his objectives, said Schultz. He was concerned about the research that's going on about us in that university. He was afraid that they had made so much progress they might stumble upon the truth. Frankly, the American temperament being what it is, I don't think the truth would even register. American things just wouldn't accept it. Just how did Hadley intend to resolve this experiment? Sophisticated asked. It had been worked out in detail, Nicky said. He planned to give this one a complete indoctrination, have it confined in an institution, and let it work its way out. He assumed that it would tell all it knew, and that this would bring about any of a variety of reactions. For one thing, the story coming from a mental patient and preceding any information which might come from that university would tend to discredit the university's findings. Of course, the difficulty of this plan was that this one would be unlikely to talk if it were faced with psychiatrists, knowing that its statements will be interpreted as the ravings of a mad woman. After the boys had gone, I thought about Hadley's plan and wondered To what extent could it intended to develop it? In the middle of my reflections, a soft voice of Grim rustled in my ear. Listen, she said. It's one thing to tell a story like that, son of sanitarium, and quite another thing to tell to a psychiatrist whose office you're visiting, to whom you pay money. You must realize by this time that your silence is Craig's greatest asset. If you talked, this experiment might stop right away. Look at a phone book, pick out a doctor, make an appointment, and go see him. So the book's making a distinction between hospital psychs and private psychs. This becomes relevant later. It is also currently relevant. I located the listing for psychologists and selected a name at random. Quick, Grandma said, write this down somewhere. Should I ever lose my memory, it's important for me to remember that I am never, under any circumstances, to return to the company that employed me. What makes you think I'll lose my memory? I asked her. That's one of the few ways they can get you off alive. My guess that even if lumberjacks with the adjudication for you, the adjudicator will enforce a sentence of amnesia on you. After Grandma had departed, I speculated on her reasons for cautioning me against resuming the job I had been doing. But, I thought, none of them ever did like Bert. It was all very discouraging. Despite my rising hopes of escaping from the cage, it was dear that my world, as I had known it, was being destroyed by circumstances beyond my control. I should have to fashion a new one for myself when I returned to the world of things. Nikki came in one day to tell me that Wimp Simple was being assigned to me permanently. I've asked them to pay special attention to your personal needs, Nikki said. You're becoming forgetful. You forgot to brush your teeth this morning, and you didn't put up your hair last night. You can't become careless. You look like a frump. I was disturbed because I realized that Nikki's statements were true. I was becoming increasingly forgetful. Even after mechanics and grooming, a horrible thought struck me. Nicky sighed. Yes, he said, that's right. You've been partially dummatized. Crane insisted upon it, and the spider did it one night while you were asleep. Quite a few of your habit patterns have disappeared. Don't worry about it. New habit patterns will develop as soon as the new lattice work grows in, and Wimp will make sure that all necessary patterns are included. Dramatized was a blow. And suppose the spider decided to make a complete dummy of me. I wrote the doctor's phone number on a large piece of paper and tacked it to the wall near the telephone. If my forgetfulness increased, I'd pay a visit to the doctor and tell him about it. Wimp Simple was young, about 19, not a very bright boy, but gentle and quiet. The first day on the job, he persuaded me to go out for a walk and steered me in the direction of a movie theater. Let's go relax, he said. A short distance from the theater, Wimp asked me to stop. I'm walking 2 blocks in back of you, he said. When you get to the drugstore on the corner, go in and have a soda. I've got to see somebody who lives near here. I went into the drugstore and ordered a malted. What are you doing? Said a strange voice in my head. I'm having a malted, I thought. Who said that? Asked the voice. This thing did, said a second voice. If you ask me what I'm doing, I'm taking a look at this thing's woodwork. It's the dampest woodwork I'd ever saw. You know who I think this is? praise this one. I want to look, said number one. No board, no shack, no cover, said number two. They've got it open on a hinge. I understand that if they keep it wide open most of the time, said number one, it talks to you if you ask it questions. Listen, said Wimp's voice suddenly, get the hell off the premises. It's Wimp simple, said number one. Let's block him off and have a good look at this thing. Christ, said Wimp, and his voice disappeared. I hesitated before running for home and stayed where I was. I decided to stay, thinking that I might pick up facts about Craig, which I haven't been able to get from the Western boys. Number one grows suddenly, stoned. I'm getting up. I can't stone back. I'm not loaded. Well, I am, said number two. I got a load of stuff a few minutes ago, and I'll use on whoever tries to get me. In a few minutes, the screams rang in my ears. Well, they're gone, said Brooke. Golly, so many people in this town have heard about this one. You can't even walk down the street with it without some damn busybody trying to come in. Anybody else around here who wants his damn head stoned off, said a new high-pitched voice. This is my friend, Frisco, Wim told me. He was the guy I wanted to see. He's one of the best stoners in town. He's got such a hard head, he can't be stoned even if a mob of operators gang up on him. Those two jerks are from Conroy's organization, Frisco said. They might be back with more than mob. Where are you taking this thing? I've got to call it this one, Wim told him. The duck fix sounds nice and he doesn't hurt his feelings. He's given orders to take it to a movie, and that's where I'm going. But I'm afraid those hush heads might come back and go for me. I'll come to the movie with you, said Frisco. I'm not doing anything in particular. We proceeded to the theater where I was pleasantly surprised to find the feature was Walt Disney's Vanishing Prairie. All about animals and stuff, said Frisco. You two sit down and enjoy it. I'll keep my eyes open for trouble. A cartoon was flashing on the screen when I walked into the theater. Before I'd finished, Conroy's operators were back, looking for vengeance. The first evidence that they were getting it was Wimp's anguished scream. They got me, he said. I gotta get out. Listen, this one. His voice stopped abruptly. Stay where you are. This one, Frisco said. I'll finish off those characters. A bedlam of voices suddenly rushed from my ears. Petrified, I sat in my seat and waited. I could hear Frisco's high-pitched voice rising above the bellowing. I decided to reasonably saved so long as I couldn't hear it. The voices became fewer and fewer until only Frisco's yelling remained. After a while, his screams slipped down to a lower key. I was loaded to the hilt, he said in a satisfied voice. I should take care of that much. There are a lot of headaches in Conroy's organization tonight. You sit where you are and give Whip a phone call. He's gone back to Craig's. Vanishing Prairie was over. Clear to me. Now nothing. In Frisco. In over an hour. Delighted with the stars. I shot to the room a second time. Considerably relaxed, I came home. At the doorway, Frisco's voice said, I delivered you safe and sound. I had a bit of sleep myself. You seen you around. Wimp's voice, hoarse but recognizable, said, Thanks, Frisco. Come in. This one, Greg, is going to take you over for the night. I'm not able to operate. Frank listened to my account of Frisco's battle with Conroy's mob. What did Frisco mean when he said he was loaded to the hilt? I asked. You're probably spot loaded, Frank told me. It's the stuff operators get stoned with. You get it at any drugstore. It comes in little tablets, and when an operator swallows a few, he's charged with the kind of energy he needs to stone with. I remember the conversation of Conway's men. They said my head was open on a hinge. It was that. They said, the picture of the outline of a head flashed before my eyes. And projecting the picture so you understand this. Well, the thing's mind is open on a hinge. The cells around the outside of the mind are closed tightly, except for a little action at the top. And the visceral knife cuts into the head, as if it were a pie, and removed a thin slice. When the mind is open wide, the rest of the cells are open. They'll slice wider until it's the size of 3/4 of the head. When the thing's mind is wide, open, that's its operators can get it easily. If an operator is using the thing as bait, the mind is always kept wide open. Nothing attracts an operator like a wide open head. He can't resist it. Connor's men said there was no board or shack in my mind. Of course not, Preg told me. Boarding and shacking are processes which seal the cells about the mind, so prevent any operator from getting in. Of course, operators don't resort to either boarding or shacking, unless the thing's mind can't be shut. A mind that is shut has been closed, and then locked with a special mental code that no one knows, except the operator who's operating the thing. Most things are protected from other operators by a shut head. Has my head been damaged so it can't be shut? Frankly, I think it has been. However, it's nothing to worry about. Heads can always be mended by one process or another. Frank, will you show me a picture of Legisworth? Obligingly, he drew in a circle inside the outline of the head, about an inch from the rib. All about his last swoop. Sometimes the last swoop is let him grow in much thicker. It depends upon the number of patterns the thing needs. Stimulate them. You'll be surprised just follow patterns and operators can't accommodate in the house. When the last swoop is stripped away, the thing finds that he can't think too well. But actually, it's not his thinking that is infected. It's just that he has depended upon habit patterns instead of upon thinking. How much last swoop do you take off when you make a full double? Rather head outline came into view. It came along this time extended only across the top of the skull, and only for a distance of about half an inch. As I done the top knot disintegrated, and whenever an operator runs into one of those, he knows that the thing is not responsible for anything it does. It's being controlled by an operator. And it has nothing but its thinking ability left. The most feeble operator can control it, because things can think only to a very limited degree. How limited? I'll tell you this, Riggs said with finality. If it weren't for operators, things would still be wandering in and out of caves. The lumberjacks appeared suddenly to remind me that my adjudication would be held within 10 days. Another thing, Boss told me, would have been able to buy a palm in operating time. We hired a local operator, a woman named Hazel. She would come in and operate you for us. Hazel came in before we left. She was a rough and ready individual, a voice like a booming bell. I liked her immensely. She was obviously an individual who wasn't going to be frightened and could. And just as obviously a person who preferred action. Hazel never missed an opportunity to criticize Craig's voice, and she told me many stories to illustrate her shortcomings. I enjoyed her, and was delighted when she came back every afternoon. Wimp tested her, and we usually cleared as soon as she appeared, and come back and sulk after she'd gone. Hazel never missed an opportunity to criticize Craig's voice, and she told me many stories to illustrate her shortcomings. After one of these discussions, Wimp came in bristling with anger. I was listening to what she was telling you. She makes Craig's outfit sound like a bunch of dogs. What she doesn't explain is that what they do is just plain hook operating. There's nothing wrong with it. I wanted to know more. Well, all operators play the hook game, William explained. There isn't a better way of keeping it with show. Two operators try to get each other in a position where one of them is in a spot and has to face opponent to get him off. For instance, that operator across the street who plugs it. The other day, a thing was killed in an ordinary accident. He fell downstairs and broke his neck. Hope bet a friend with his friend, and he could make it look as if Fred had killed the thing. Fred took him on. Hope maneuvered Fred into making a few comments that really made it appear as if Fred had something to do with the thing's death. And the shield who covers this beat, Brannigan, went after Fred. Fred had to pay Hope 20 points to get Hope to explain. If he had more time, Fred would have tried to incriminate someone else and get himself off the hook. That kind of maneuver was allowed in all hook operating. Now, if Hope hadn't been allowed to get Fred on the hook, he would have to pay Fred 20 points. That's the way hook operating works. When Hazel tells you about some of the stuff the boys pull, she doesn't explain that it's all perfectly legal. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just plain hook operating. It sounded pretty grim to me. Did all hook operators play at hook operating? Sure, if they have enough wits. Besides, it's profitable. With Craig, it's big business. He's one of the best groups of hook operators in the state. Not hoot operators. He's got a system. What kind of system? Well, Craig keeps his files on almost every operator in town. Let's say that Craig hears of an operator we'll call F, who has just made a few thousand points. Crane planned a strategy to get around those points. Now, if the boys went after F would realize they were after his points and he'd for the plane. The trick is to get F on the hook without F suspecting that Crane's outfit had anything to do with it. So Crane boys find out who F's friends are. They start with an operator we'll call A and get A on the hook. Then they wait. A finds another operator who he can pass the hook on to. He finally passes it off to B. B goes after C. C goes after D. Crane's boys watch the action carefully until it reaches F. Then they close it on F and use strategy to increase the size of the hook. By the time they're finished, the hook is as big as a house, and only one person who can get F off the hook is Crane, and Crane makes the price high. Operators just prey on each other. It looks like that to you because you're a thing, and that's the way you've been taught, but it's all perfectly legal with operators. That's Hazel. She's the one who's doing something unethical, trying to make you think that hook operating is illegal. In the slight silence that followed, the sophisticated vast chuckle rang like a doorbell. Oh, wimp is quite the talker. I should have never suspected it. I bear tidings, Wimp. The mighty Crane's on the hook. You're kidding, Wimp said. I wish that I would, or that I had Crane on the hook myself. Unfortunately, I too am in danger of being on the hook at any moment. I'm packing my bags for a visit to other parts. You're running? Webb sounded baffled and scared. What's happening? I suggest that you drop this one and report to headquarters. Crane has already flown and Cameron has gone with him. It seems that two of the orders they're working on committed suicide last night, and somebody seems to think that Crane's organization is responsible. The council is outraged. His voice dropped to a whisper. One of the mortals was an important technician, quite valuable. You know what the penalty is for that. Off Wheater's hand, my dear Wim. And you too, my dear, this one. May your futures be bright and your hearts happy. Wimp disappeared. Barely tuned in. What was all about? She wanted to know. I was mute. If operators retaliated upon operators by attacking each other's things, as I had heard was often the case, I might expect an attack from one of the operators whose thing had committed suicide. I wondered what to do, and while I wondered, set about packing my bags. Hazel caught up with me before I finished packing. Take it easy, she told me. We've got a few things to do, and I can't go running after you if you blow town. I explained what I was concerned about. How you're no good to anybody dead, she told me. Unpack those bags and sit down and have a cup of coffee. But suppose the operator is one of those men who commits suicide comes after me. I'll take care of him if he does. Let me tell you, there will be jeopardies right and left in Craven's outfit for the next few days, and we might be able to profit from it. Now we run out on the situation when his action started. Wimp came back. He was nervous as cats. He told us, I'm sticking close to this one. This one is my alibi. It's been a full-time detail for me, and I didn't have anything to do with that other stuff. Believe me, for once, I'm glad I've been working at one of the freaks. I felt an impulse. I knew about compulse, but I failed to recognize it when an operator used it on me. When you can't get a thing to do something, Nick once had told me, you use compulse and force it. I awoke in the middle of the night with fear at my throat. Pack, said Whip, pack fast. You have almost no time. The fear rising in me was not a reaction to the statement, but seemed to be welling up like a geyser from some independent source. I packed in a fever, filled a cab, and went to the bus depot. Hazel joined us before I boarded the Christ. The bus. Christ, she said. Pasadena. What a place to go. I'm coming along. Wimp, who told you to use the compulse? I was told, that's all, Wimp said soberly. You got your car with you? If you haven't, you can ride with me. I just as soon, said Hazel, so things are getting hot all day. Suppose this one turns around when it gets to Pasadena and comes right back. I'll keep using compost every time it tries to come back. I got my orders. Western has every damn thing it owns on the move. I looked forward to a ride of relative peace, but no sooner had I boarded the bus than my head began to ache. It's an operator named Cash, Hazel said. He used to work for Hadley once and had me through now. He attacks anything he could get that belongs to Western. He's on the bus. If we could get the call close enough, I'll stone his head off. Cash stoned Wimp. Listen, you damn hyena, Hazel yelled at him. I'll get you jeopardy if you don't keep off this thing. I remembered Greyhound's policy of protection for operators. Why don't you complain to the driver? I asked Hazel. Because there's some damn thing driving the bus. That happens once in 1,000 trips. It has to be this trip. The headache increased my heart burden throb. Hazel's voice disappeared abruptly. I'm happy to get you cash. Apparently he was representing the chief for the activities on my head. At the Pasadena station, Hazel's voice caught up with me, along with Whip's hoarse whisper. Every synapse in this one's head has been broken, Hazel said. I've got a shield on Cash's tail, and he'll get something for this, believe me. My head was a live anthill. What happens when synapses get broken? They get repaired, Hazel said brusquely, and Crane foots the bill for it. Cash is allowed. He could kill you. Wimp, apparently, was also investigating my head. Geez, he said, geez, don't look. After a minute, Hazel said slowly, oh, it'll take time, that's all. It'll take time. Time for what? She was at me again. And not compulse this time, but my own fear. He scalloped you right down to the bone, Wimp said. You've got a top knot left. Dummy. I had known. I had somehow known it was coming. I came back on the next bus, almost dead. The worst had happened, and there was nothing to be concerned about now. And Brownie and the other housewives came to peek into my head under condemned Cash. Don't worry about it, Brownie told me. It'll take months for Lazarus to go back, but you'll be all right in time. I tried to remember the date of the coming adjudication, and I couldn't. I tried to think of a name as of Cream's operators, and I couldn't. I wondered if I had developed amnesia and located the papers I had prepared for the occasion, and read them over and over. It's not amnesia, William told me. It's because you're dumb. Read a book or something. I couldn't read. Words made no sense. I went to a movie but couldn't follow the action of the picture. I had difficulty sleeping. I visited the doctor finally, and he prescribed a strong sedative. When I woke one morning, only Hinton was around. They're gone, he said laconically. Crane's outfit is a shambles. This was good news, but I seemed to have nothing with which to respond emotionally. Besides, there was little to choose between Crane's outfit and Hinton. Hazel came in. Quick, she said. Write this address down. Go there if things get rough. You can get an emergency adjudication there if necessary. I wrote the address on a scrap of paper and put it in my charge post. What do you plan to do? Hazel asked Hinton. I'm not sitting around for the city council to make a decision on the bill particulars, Hinton said. I'm going to rush the action. Rush it how? I know a guy. He's quiet for a moment. Get the telephone delivery. He told me. I turned as he directed, listening to churches in the classified outer sections. He indicated a name. Go there and see the minister. First, write out a list of operators' terminology definitions, undictated. When you see him, show him the material and tell him the operators' voices have explained terms to you. I tapped out the list of terms he dictated, my mind dull and my spirits low. Dumb, I kept thinking. Even if Hinton does something for me, it'll be months and months before the lattice work grows back, and I can navigate. I reached the church and went in and asked for a minister. He was a pleasant, smiling man when I entered his office. He read the papers they gave him and listened to what I had to say. His smile disappeared so rapidly and was replaced with an expression of such horrified concern. I found myself feeling sorrier for him than I did for myself. It took him a while to get his breath. He said finally, "Why did you come to me?" I told him that Hinton had sent me. We discussed that for a while. After a time, he seemed to get his wits together. I'm going to call a friend of mine who knows a psychiatrist in the county hospital, he told me. I asked him to make an appointment for you. He made some phone calls and talked to me for a while, urging me to keep the appointment at the hospital on the next day. Be sure to bring those definitions with you. Hinton said as I started out the next morning. This will force the final adjudication. I arrived at the hospital on time, the definitions in my head. And I went in fearfully, thinking, if this is the final adjudication, I may not come out of here alive. The psychiatrist read my definitions carefully. Do you see that building out there? I looked out to what appeared to be a wing of the hospital. Of the building I was in. They may put you there. Don't have any fears about it. You'll be out in 2 weeks with your head shut. And while you're in there, no operator will be able to get you into the future. I looked at that building hopefully. How long have you been living in California? Asked the psychiatrist. I told him. In what state did you live before? I told him. Do you hear these voices often? All the time. Do you have any close relatives? Some, I said, but they're in my home state. Besides, I thought, what good can they do good things? You haven't been a resident of the county long enough to be entered in a hospital, the psychiatrist said. Tell him you have money, Hinton whispered. I can pay for hospitalization, I told the psychiatrist. At $125 a week, you may not be able to pay for long. You're going to need care for a long time. And that's $125 in 1950s money. Tell him your head will be shut within 2 weeks, said Hinton. I told the psychiatrist, he sighed, there is a free state institution, but they won't accept you inasmuch as you haven't lived in the state for a year. The best they could do is permit you to stay there until your relatives come for you. I brooded over the papers I'd given him. What I suggest, he said finally, is that you go to your own hometown. You have good control. I'll give you the name of a doctor there. Go straight to him and tell him what you told me. He asked his secretary for it after he looked up a name, wrote down at these people, and presented me with it. I took it, gave him the $10 he asked for, and a few minutes later I was on the street. I could have cried, said we had insomnia. Go across the street to the drugstore, Hinton said in a tight voice. I looked up psychologists in the classified directory as he suggested, selected one, phoned, and made an appointment. That afternoon, armed with my glossary of operators' terms, I went to his office. He's better than nothing, Hinton told me. He can provide an adjudication, although God knows what kind it will be. Hinton left me at the door of the building and went upstairs to the doctor's office. He was, as he discovered, not a psychiatrist but a psychoanalyst. The difference meant nothing to me. I gave him the glossary. He read it carefully, listened to my story, and gave me a list of phone numbers where I could reach him at all times of the day. Asked me to come back the following afternoon. The hour in his office was like balm. Hinton never came near me, and the relief of not having to listen to his voice was wonderful. Hinton was waiting for me at the foot of the staircase. As I opened my purse to get cab fare, I came upon the address Hazel had given me. I decided there was nothing to lose by visiting the address. I asked the cabby to take me there. I had never heard of the street, but the cab driver seemed familiar with it. He drove to a strange section of town, and I found myself finally in front of the address, wondering how I might get a pretext to enter. I noticed a small sign that said chiropractor. Go in and tell him about your headaches, Hinton said. You've got to have something to talk about. I told the chiropractor about my headaches. He almost broke my back and told me I was very tense. You're as tight as a roll of rubber bands, he said cheerfully, and broke my back again. I came home and went to bed, suddenly very tired. I returned to the office of a psychoanalyst every afternoon. On the third visit, the operators disappeared. Wow, that was a long part two. And now we're on part 3. The dry beach of the waves. For 10 days, the dry beach, my scalp felt strained, as if some nerve would break at any moment. But the interior of my head felt empty and dry, as if its cells had been hollowed out by a ruthless knife and replaced with a sandy shore. The spider had scalped it out, I recalled. Then I remembered that the operators had been delusions. The terrible war of operators with a tremendous power over things did not exist. All that business had been nothing more or less than insanity. Insanity. The word hung over the beach. The beach stared at it with a kind of mild surprise. Insanity. It was something like digging at the base of a tree in the backyard, finding no roots at all, but instead of buried uranium, a strange substance I heard about somewhere. It wasn't frightening to find uranium in my backyard, just mildly surprising. The dry beach stared placidly at the uranium, felt a mild relief that it was uranium and not operators, stared some more, and yawned. Other than this, which I never felt in insanity, seemed now to be completely deserting me. After a few unfortunate experiences in traffic, I avoided the streets. I tried sitting in my apartment and reading. The words looked perfectly familiar, like old friends, whose faces I remembered perfectly well, but whose names I couldn't recall. I read one paragraph 10 times, couldn't make no sense of it whatever, and shut the book. I tried listening to the radio, but the sounds went through my head like a buzzsaw. I walked carefully through traffic to a movie theater and sat through a movie which seemed to consist of a lot of people, wandering around slowly and talking a great deal about something other. I decided finally to spend my days sitting in the park watching the birds of the lake. The dry beach irritated the analyst. He asked me to lie on the couch and to say whatever came into my mind. Nothing came into my mind. Pressed urgently to say something, anything at all. I finally described the ceiling. The analyst waved me off the couch into a chair facing him and shot questions at me. Questions made sense, but I could think of no answers. Don't tell me there's nothing going on in your mind, the analyst stormed after me. But there was nothing at all going on in my mind. The analyst fretted and fumed, as if he knew perfectly well. There was plenty going on under the sandy shore, and he was going to bully me until it came out. The dry beach listened to him and hoped in a vague, mountain sort of way that if there were anything in the apartment below, it would please stay there because the quiet was so pleasant. My face undoubtedly was as blank as my mind. After a while, the analyst gave up, looking at it, and sat back in his chair and gazed out the window and talked. I listened intently, forgot what he said immediately. He warned me frequently against thinking about the operators. It was easy to follow his advice. Thoughts of the operators or anything else really disturbed the quiet of the dry beach. Memories of the operators drifted off the sand. The sands would hold no foul, whatever, for more than a second. There was no rock, not even a pebble to which I could cling. I told the analyst that I rarely remembered anything he said once I had left his office. This was unimportant, the analyst said. My unconscious mind would retain what he said and apply it. I was sleeping 15 hours out of each day. You don't need that much sleep, the analyst told me repeatedly. It's only an escape. If my unconscious mind heard the advice, it ignored it. I went on sleeping 15 hours a day as if the department beneath the dry beach, which wouldn't come out to argue with the analyst. It's your unconscious mind, the analyst said irritably. Stop referring to it as anything else. Nevertheless, be perfectly always any advice from no one. The department beneath the dry beach has uncovered connections with attached beach to the thought-producing units. I also severed last connection with the ocean machinery. There's an anchor in this one, Nikki had said. The anchor is still in, more securely attached than ever. I walked serenely about the pub, understood that I had been seen for 6 months, understood that I could now think, understood that I was thousands of miles from home. I stared at the serene swamp that sat on the post lake appreciatively, understandingly. On the 7th day, while I was blinking in a traffic signal light, remembering that it was something familiar, something which had a meaning I couldn't recall. A wave cascaded on the beach. A physical sensation. It arose into the back of my head and drifted forward in a pleasant wind, like a light, gentle wash of sea froth. The wave fell, disappeared into the sands, and left on the beach a thought. I remembered some of the purpose of traffic signals and what the red and green lights meant. I passed a newsstand and saw a newspaper headline which announced a star had fallen from a window. The dry beach contemplated the headline with mild surprise. How could a big thing like a star get into a window? A wave cascaded gently on the shore, and I realized some of the star was probably a Hollywood star. Death of a salesman, said the movie monkey. The dry beach blinked at the bulkhead and speculated vaguely that a salesman might be a native of some country named Sales, probably in Asia. And a wave broke, and I remembered that I read the play and I was aware sharply of the name of the country in which the salesman was a native. I was grateful for the waves. The waves could remember the dock applied inside. The dry beach could not. The subterranean craftsman. The waves guided me along the streets, frequently appeared in pub to clarify small mysteries that are stubbornly set on the ground, and was in the analyst's office. The analyst sputtered in irritation and attempted to get answers to his endless questions. The dry beach stared at him fixedly, and he tried hard to think of anything to say. The waves stubbornly ignored him. And then, unexpectedly one day, after the analyst had asked me something, the wave cascaded abruptly on the beach. Surprised, I absorbed it and passed it to the analyst. In my youth, I said, I had entertained ideas about writing fiction, and had put the ideas away with other toys. Startled at hearing me say anything, the analyst surveyed me for a second. Suggested immediately that I write something. Write what? Write a novel, he said. Write anything. I bought some paper, set up a portable typewriter which I dragged all over the country with me, and sat down to write. I expected that little would happen. Thinking, any kind of thinking was almost impossible. I was certain that I would require an entire day to write even a paragraph. To my amazement, while I was staring blankly at the typewriter, a wave broke up, leaving the shore with an idea. Startled, I started to write and found I was composing as fast as I was typing. At that, I was typing at my normal rate of about 60 words a minute. I typed for 2 hours and sat back to read what I had written. The material was a little difficult for the dry beach to follow. The story seemed to go some woman and some man and some people the woman knew, was getting ready to do something wilder to the man. I brought it to the analyst, who was delighted. Quite an orderly piece of work, he told me, and clever in a way. How do you intend to resolve the situation these characters are in? Inasmuch as I had only the vaguest concept of the situation the characters were in, this was tantamount to asking how I intend to resolve development of the intercontinental missile. I said I don't know yet, which seemed to be the safest thing to say, but the analyst smiled over the papers again and slipped them into a desk drawer. A wave cascaded over the beach abruptly, indignantly. I demanded the return of the first chapter of my novel. The analyst gave it back to me. Odin, I set aside 2 hours each afternoon for my project. It was a weird experience. I was not assisted by the waves, and indeed there would have been no time for the somewhat slow process. The words came from nowhere, shot down into my fingers, and appeared magically on the paper. I made no mental preparations for the learning periods. The dry beach was incapable of making any preparations. Even that of remembering to start writing at 2 o'clock each day. At the appointed hour, a wave would roll in to remind me that writing time had arrived. I would look at the clock and verify the fact that it was 2 o'clock. The beach had only the vaguest idea at any time as to whether it was morning, afternoon, or evening. But fine, always, that was exactly 2 o'clock. Not 1 minute before 2, or 1 minute after 2, but exactly 2 o'clock. Somewhere under the sandy shore, a clock had been built and synchronized perfectly with the clock in my room. I would sit at the typewriter, put my hands on the keys, and start in. I read almost no comprehension of what I was writing, and no memory whatever of what I had written. As I had closed the typewriter, my fingers seemed to know which keys to hit, and that was apparently what there was to it. Apparently they would be guided by the department below the sandy shore, which contained the known waves and a perfectly synchronized clock, which seemed completely capable of forming the waves, operating the clock, and writing a novel without any assistance from the dry beach. On the day when I was scheduled to begin writing the first chapter, I took time out to read the 10 chapters I had already written. The dry beach apparently had grown a little stronger, for I seemed better able to follow the action of the plot, and I found myself interested in the story as reading might be, and I wondered how the story would end. I speculated about this mildly, but after I had completed writing another chapter, I sat down to study what I had written. I discovered to my surprise that I seemed to have composed not the 11th chapter, but the last chapter. Some of the characters were gray-haired and old, and one of them, who had just been born in the 10th chapter, had reached a very active maturity in this chapter. I related the incident to the analyst hesitantly, as one might discuss witchcraft. He was not particularly impressed. Undoubtedly, he told me you're unconscious as to what he planned the book to its very end, and knows always everything that will be in it. Professional writers sometimes experience similar phenomena. I wrote the novel, some 60,000 words in about 30 hours. An amateur chapter is still better than anything I have ever written at any other time. Also, under normal conditions, my rate of planning writing thing would have been close to 60,000 words in 500 hours. When I had finished the book, the last chapter fell neatly in place, an inevitable end for the story as it had told. Something. After a month, the waves were supplanted by a more disconcerting phenomena. Something told me, after I reached the street and started to the food market, to return to my apartment. I did, wondering, and found that I had left my purse on the kitchen table. Something urged me to return to the real food market. After I reached the checker's counter and kept me rooted to one spot looking at one shelf until I finally noticed the item which I had been trying for days to remember to buy. Something urged me to turn up a side street which was out of the way. I did, and in the middle of the block found a typewriter repair shop whose services I required. Something urged me violently to turn around and retrace a block I had just walked. I did, found a dollar bill on the sidewalk. I'd been making regular visits to a chiropractor whose treatments I credited with the disappearance of the pain in my skull. Something urged me to discontinue visits. I mused over this strongly to realize the cost of visits was straining my budget. Feared the reappearance of skull pains and decided to continue the treatment. On my way to the next appointment, I got off the bus on the right corner and discovered I could not recall the chiropractor's address. I wandered around the neighborhood looking for the buildings, but could not recall what the building looked like. I thought of looking at the telephone directory for the address, but as I approached the telephone booth, the chiropractor's name was suddenly blotted from my mind. I went home, upset, nervous, and and wondering if the operators would be walking back to my life at any moment. Upon entering my apartment, I remember the chiropractor's name and address clearly. I recalled the appearance of the building in which his office was located, and realized that I had passed it several times while wandering around. I turned on my heels, started off with Southwest again. By the time I reached the street, his name, address, and the number of the bus I had to take was blotted from my mind. I finally got the idea and came back, recalled the chiropractor's name immediately, telephoned him, and canceled future appointments. Something obviously was determined to have its way. I'd written down on a scrap of paper the address of a shop which had advertised to sell shoes. I misplaced a piece of paper and searched for without success. Something which me to open the closet door. Wondering I did. Something which me to put on my raincoat. I wasn't going anywhere when it was raining. I closed the closet door and continued searching. Something urged an urge. Exasperated, I put on the raincoat, feeling silly. Annoyed, I stuck both hands into my pocket in an angry posture. In one of the pockets was a piece of paper. Something urged me to write to an old friend whom I had not thought about in years. I ignored the urge. Something nagged and nagged until I sat down alone in the short and dressing into her office. Within a few days, I received a letter from her. I had just opened the letter when a mutual friend came in, as he does every week, to see your employer and asked by chance if I knew anything about you, as he was trying to get your address to write to you concerning a matter financially beneficial to me. I was startled, as I had just received your letter. I gave him your address. Your letter had so little in it that your address was not the only thing I could tell him about you. As my money was running low, I decided that I would try to find a job whose chores were not too demanding. As I started out, something urged me to walk in the opposite direction of the bus line, towards a large building a few blocks away. Something urged me so violently to enter the building that it would have been impossible almost not to have gone in. I went to the building's personnel department and found the employment manager, who was not at all surprised to see me. She had phoned an agency that morning for a receptionist. She hired me. Something except something developed a new trick overnight with the aid of one screwing a new attachment onto the machine. I got on the elevator in my apartment house, turned to enter the lobby, and something. And a lightning boost for illumination let me know that danger lay around the corner. I walked cautiously, looked about carefully, I turned the corner, caught the eye of the desk clerk, and another stab of illumination struck. I knew instantly what the desk clerk was going to say. Even the words she would be said, knew too that what I should say to cope, how to her to cope with the problem that she was going to present to me. I advanced into the lobby, listened to the desk clerk speak a piece, gave her the answer, knew something that's supplyable. The next day, while I was waiting from my kitchen to the dressing room, something burst into another flash of illumination, and I was suddenly aware that a man was about to knock on the door and request permission to enter. I stood rooted before the living room door, wondering, and within a minute or two, footsteps came down the hall. A knock sounded on my door, and the maid asked if she might come in. I went through a 4-day period of growing apprehension, knowing before people spoke what they would say, knowing before they turned corners and appeared, that they were cut off. A disturbing appearance. He left questions on the dry beach, shook my hand through a calm. When something started urging me to visit Las Vegas, I was reluctant to go. I made the trip next week apprehensive, and more desirous of getting rid of something's urgings. I took $5 with me and walked about Las Vegas, clutching my money and fearful of gambling it away. Something kept me glued at one wheel, and something urged me to violently play a certain number of times. I played a dollar chip and won. I waited, glued it, got another strong urge to play it, won again. I played 6 times, won 6 times, and found myself with a purse full of money. Something stopped giving me numbers. I stopped playing and came home. Something seemed to have extraordinary talents. I was grateful for the money, which was sorely needed, but the ankle was rocking badly. Something abruptly unscrewed its odd attachment and stopped extending. The waves were a gentle and soothing phenomenon, my unconscious friend. The novel writing was an intriguing experience, but something frightened me. Something had about it the air of witchcraft. This heavy hand that pushed me steadily to clearly pointed directions. What was it? Nothing in the world to be concerned about. The analyst assured me. Something, like the waves, was coming from my unconscious mind. My mind, in schizophrenia, had been all hurt, shattered, the beach, remember, was the term he had once used, and it was mending. While it was mending, my unconscious was employing methods of aiding me, which seemed unusual to me, but which weren't really. They were merely an expediency adopted temporarily. In time, something in the waves would disappear, and I would be myself again. What was important was that my unconscious, even if it went about its business in seemingly strange ways, was aiding me, a healthy manifestation. Even in insanity, the analyst reminded me, my unconscious had aided me to an extraordinary degree. The analyst, a man not at all impressed by unusual manifestations from the unconscious, seemed to be completely awed by the degree to which my unconscious had aided me through schizophrenia. Did I have any idea how many people would recover from schizophrenia, even with treatment and long hospitalization? Few and a half. Do I have any idea how many people would recover from schizophrenia spontaneously without help? Very few did. Did I have an idea how unusual it was for someone to go over full 6 months wandering around countries I had done without care, treatment, without rest, snap out of advanced schizophrenia abruptly as I had done? I was the most unusual case, a freak. The giant beach recalled the operators had used the same term for me, a term always resented. I veered away from the discussion of how freakish I was to have snapped out of sanity, which didn't seem particularly freakish to me. I got back to the subject of something which was a little too freakish for my taste. If this goes beyond 5 hours, I might stop around page 80, or I might continue to the end, who knows. But something wasn't freakish at all, the analyst insisted. Something was nothing more or less than a provider of hunches, a common enough occurrence among many people, one I probably had been long familiar with in a simple form. The unconscious, which now was so obviously doing my thinking for me, always had done my thinking for me, had not been so obvious about it. Something that considered such problems as facing me. Thought them out, determined what action to take, and instead of sending a thought into my mind, consider a sentence that was strong enough to take a specific action. If I were completely normal, I would probably refer to something as a hunch. The urge to write to a friend I had not thought I would use, undoubtedly with the result of a course of action already routed unconsciously. The friend, even though I had consciously forgotten the fact, came in contact frequently with another friend who traveled constantly and who owed me money. Something in the unconscious I remember. The letter had brought about the anticipated result. The friend had forwarded me money. My unconscious too had remembered. The slip of paper for which I was searching was in my raincoat, and urged me to get the raincoat from the closet. My unconscious was probably determined that the building towards which it had pushed me was a likely one in which to find a job. The phenomenon of knowing what people were going to say before they spoke, well, no one knew much about telepathy except that the force apparently existed. And sometimes, the mind seemed quite capable of reading the minds of others. The 6 successive wins at Las Vegas, more difficult to explain, the analyst conceded, but still he had heard of strange phenomena. The weirdness of having my head flooded with winning numbers just before the numbers won was not so unusual as I thought. The unconscious was an awesome instrument, and men knew very little about its abilities. The tribe each considered him in amazement. Was he saying that the unconscious mind could think? The unconscious think? The analyst surveyed me with an amused eye. What had manufactured the voices, the personalities of the operators, woven together with the fabric of the world of operators and things? What had helped me talk my way out of that institution, helped me get away from the mountain, talk me moving off the mountains the next morning? It was all perfectly clear to the analyst. When schizophrenia had struck me and the conscious had taken over, it had guided me while my mind had been shattered, had even probably aided in the mental repair. It sensed an approach to recovery and steered me quickly to a doctor's office, where my voice had left me, I would discover that insanity, not operators that overwhelmed me. And what I could claim with my clouded mind to live anchor until the repair work was finished, what I must remember is that my unconscious was a friend, a real friend. What caused schizophrenia? Well, the great difficulty was that no one knew. It was the greatest medical and psychological problem of the present time. It was a tremendous mystery. Still, the analyst contemplated me with a puzzled, irritated eye. The operators had never seemed to show any concern with sex, had they? No, the operators had been businessmen. They had been in the business of operating, as dedicated in their ways as modestly bunks in an office of brokers. An analyst sighed. Still, he glanced at the clock and scheduled me for another appointment. On my next visit, he would continue to explore the cause of my schizophrenia. True, no one knew what caused schizophrenia, but still. The Freudian. I returned to the analyst's office, my next appointment with more enthusiasm than I usually felt at such times. This was the day when the analysts were attempting to determine what had brought about my schizophrenia. Even though no one knew what did cause schizophrenia, the analyst appeared to have no glint in his eye. You know, a man who knew a secret or two. The waves, usually so quiet in the analyst's office, started cascading on the beach as soon as they entered his office. I reminded him immediately that he had promised to explore the cause of my mental collapse, and the analyst nodded and pledged to it. It was simple. Psychosis, in the analyst's opinion, was the result of an inadequate sex life, particularly in America. The analyst was a Frenchman. I asked him what caused schizophrenia in France. The analyst gave me the dirty look he usually gave people the way prompted me to ask the question. The only thing he could not understand, the analyst told me, was why, with the full 6 months at my disposal, my conscience had not gone itself to a few thousand discussions about sex. It sought to hear the answer, it kept the answer to itself. No way to help me. Tried each consider the question after a moment was as surprised the analyst was. True, there are also a great many subjects for which my conscience had not shown any particular concern. It hadn't discussed my friends or my family, or money or marriage, or politics, or parents, or death, or taxes. Not because only the explanation of working support of the operators. It probably has a one-track mind, I said. The analyst looked at me and I explained. My conscience would probably have unconsciously one-track mind. The comment irritated the analyst. That, it appeared, was exactly the point. All unconscious minds were one track. They were singularly one track. They were one track about sex. There was no reason in the world why my unconscious should have spent 6 months talking about operators and things when it could have just as easily spent 6 months talking about sex. The analyst, besides being a French journalist, Freeze, I decided later, had much in common with small religious cults, possessing the tight little words of ideals, which built little master kingdoms on one title of truth before claiming the plateau. To the analyst, any breakdown in mental or emotional machinery could be traced only to one cause, a sex life that was not sufficiently full. We discussed my sex life. It was not sufficiently full. I asked the analyst how full a sufficiently sex life would have to be. The analyst waved a hand heavily. You should have had 125 affairs by this time. That number seems staggering, and I tried to calculate 125 on a yearly basis, but Trent was unable to cope with the arithmetic. Even so, the analyst told me, you might still find yourself now with emotional problems. American men are very poor lovers. It occurred to me vaguely that the 125 of them in my past, poor lovers or otherwise, I might all have emotional problems. No, I wasn't looking at the problem directly. A multitude of affairs are the only solution for the career woman. You've done an excellent job in the career will follow it. With career woman, marriage really makes it. The solution is a varied and full sex life. A wave broke out on the beach, I said timidly. Don't you think that becoming emotionally involved so many men might in itself cause considerable frustration? I was pleased with my question. I was in most, talking emotion language, knowingly, discussing without shock emotion quoting. But I had retained, I discovered, the other accent. There's no need for becoming involved emotionally with anyone, the analyst said irritably. What you mean by emotion is no concern whatsoever to you. Now, more realistic about sex like woman. The wave wrote it, I suddenly remembered something I adopted, a foster child in Europe. We discussed this for a few seconds. The analyst thought it nice of me to provide for the care of a child. The subject was not important. I must need to decide this. Keep on the highway. Another road continued, but not on the highway. I feel the continuously strong woman and aliens. It seems very sensible for nature to provide a woman with a strong instinct for nesthood, and to have provided that with equally strong sex initiative. And that's looked at me bleakly like a seaball. The waves were topping all over the shore. I can see where sex for the sake of sexual gratification might supply emotion and security for a man, but I doubt that would for most women. Nature seems to have arranged things differently. Yeah, let's slap the best in irritation. A typical woman's point of view, and it's nonsense. You hear me? Nonsense. Women don't understand themselves. My life is opposite. I tried to find 125 men over the years of physical maturity. I finally succeeded. I stared at a astounded figure. Having learned to dry beach do the arithmetic, my conscience came and calm on the findings. A wave broke on the shore. Even my conscience had an narrow sense of logical and creative process of human. That many men a year, the wave had just informed me, would have kept me so busy that I would have had time for whatever it was that I caused my schizophrenia. So you see, the answer to not having schizophrenia is to having lots of sex. Well done. Spelling bonus. The wave had become increasingly active in the analyst's office. They started rolling all over the beach as soon as they entered the doorway, and continued until I exited through the doorway. On the whole, it was a trying experience for me, and it appeared to be just as trying for the analyst. Whatever else was indicated by the waves, one fact stood out as brightly as a red cape waved by a matador. Waves disagreed violently with the analysts. I sat through the interviews almost like a third person, a translator of unconscious waves, wondering which of the combatants would win. The conversations could best be classified as fast-flowing matches, obeying all the rules of surface courtesy. Both combatants nevertheless managed to sound out the weak points of the opponent and punch hard and low. Ignoring the waves, just looks like the more yellow stuff, easily bored over my head fiercely, demanding translation. The analyst argued bitterly, more fiercely than the waves. I left the interviews feeling like the floor of a boxing ring, in which two fighters slash each for a dozen rounds, stopped the park and stared at the birds. The girls stared back at me sternly, like church hours, and looked as if they might disapprove, sufficiently full sex life. The ducks I noticed were surprisingly social, how to win a war and moving off into the bushes and parallels suggested. The solitary swan glided serenely over the lake, apparently undisturbed by the lack of rain. The analyst had urged me frequently to bring me in reports of my dreams. I'd explained that when he first made this request, I never dreamed of a tale of beauty vanished completely before I went. The analyst always looked at me suspiciously when I told him this and implied not to simply that I was holding back my dreams, feel that it is close interest in sufficiently for sex life. The night before I paid my last visit, the analyst was a memorable one, for I had the first dream of my life. After having been asleep for a short time, I woke with the dream flashing through my head. I arose, turned on a light, found some paper, and hastily wrote an account of my dream. After which I went back to bed and dreamless sleep. The next day I brought the written report to the analyst's office in Sheringham. I was sitting in a restaurant, I had written, talking to my dinner companion, a man who I had just discovered to be a racketeer. I was very annoyed, not because he was a racketeer, but because I had also discovered that he was a third-rate racketeer. I'm suddenly tired. I'll be ending stream in a few minutes. I was quite elated having had a dream of any kind, even such a nondescript one as this, and I waited enthusiastically for the interpretation. None came. The analyst rolled his head, as if he was suddenly in charge, and then abruptly tightened his lips and started talking about something else. I had read food in my early youth, and I had forgotten consciously at least most of what I read. It was months after I had left the analyst before I got around to reading food again, whereupon I realized the significance of my dream. Page 64. The interpretation staggered me, for it appeared that unconsciously I had classified all Freudians as racketeers, and the analyst as a third-rate racketeer. It occurred to me as being surprisingly coincidental that I should have had my only dream just prior to my last visit to the analyst's office, and it occurred to me also to wonder if something had gone in the last little smack of its story part, before Paul had got me. Well, I'd be surprised if anyone's still in chat. But anyways, I am tired now, and I am going to end the stream, which ended at page 64 with the pictures. I'll probably do some gorilla in the midweek at some point, and then we'll continue reading the Bhagavad Gita on next Sunday, same time. And then Monday, same time, which is tomorrow, we'll be doing a space with everyone from FlaVR and the audience who wants to collab. Okay, that's all. Now, did I even make an ending screen? Oh, I'll just use the opening screen again.